Because on this day,
In 1944, Richard Theodore Ocasek,
Ocasek, I think.
Ocasek. Okay.
it was
I think it's
Ocasek.
I think it's Ocasek.
The reason I
How
say
do
it's
I look?
Ocasek is because I, for years, said Ocasek and I was wrong.
How do we confirm this?
I'm going to look.
Look it up. Look it up.
He died a really unpleasant, unfortunate death,
Early,
all alone.
yeah,
essentially.
way too early too.
And he was just all alone. Mm-hmm. He had divorced Paulina Portskova,
Skova?
or is it Portskiva?
Don't know.
They weren't divorced
Oh, that's
because
right.
there's a big lawsuit going
That's
on.
right, because he wrote her out of the will.
Yeah.
It's Ocasek.
It is Ocasek.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Most people pronounce it Ocasek, but when asked, he introduces himself as Ocasek.
Yeah.
He doesn't
see,
even say Rick. He just says, "Hi, Ocasek."
the artist formerly known as. No, that's why I know it's Ocasek, because for years I said Rick Ocasek and I
Yeah.
was wrong. Yeah.
So
Rick
this is the
Ocasek.
story that he told Brandon Flowers of the Killers on the proper pronunciation before Flowers made a speech about the Cars at their Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. So if Brandon Flowers was also at the Hall of Fame, he's brought there to introduce the Cars, and he pulls Rick aside and is like, "Is it
How do you say-
Ocasek or Ocasek?"
What's
I
the
feel
wrong?
better about my
So which one is it?
ass.
Ocasek.
Rick Ocasek was an ass. That's how you
Spelled-
remember it.
Spelled how?
Same.
How do you know? I mean, just
O
how do you
C A S E K.
Ocas? Yeah. So it would be Ocasek. There's no long A in there. Nothing to make that A long, other than the vagaries of foreign languages and names and so forth. But I'm sorry, I'm not very with it today.
Well, you're.
And now,
I don't.
ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
I don't really feel like farting around, though.
Why are you not with it or
Why do
feel
you
like
think?
farting around?
Why would that maybe be?
Are you in a particular amount of discomfort today?
No.
Oh, it's the shooting. Another mass
I-
shooting. Is it that?
I woke up to news of 10 people
Yeah.
dead in Colorado,
Ah,
and I shrug my shoulders, and I say, there is no hope for the human race.
don't say that.
Can you rewind that? We'll take that back. Make sure that's edited out of the podcast, will you?
It's not time to give up on the human race.
No, it's not. It was 10 years ago. It was time to give up.
I mean, if you want to go back to Sandy Hook, that's the one that I always go back to.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
if we didn't do anything after Sandy Hook, why would we ever do anything?
And I haven't looked it up yet, but how many have there been in Colorado? Aurora, Columbine, this one.
Older.
Yeah.
I mean, what the F? I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning and have been in a state of, I've just been stunned all morning long, listening to coverage and I'm just going, what? Who? There is a sickness that is running through not just this country, but a lot in this country. And it's some kind of illness. It's some kind of mass hysteria. It's some kind of mental illness that is communicable, that people catch it, like they catch the coronavirus.
You're getting there. You're getting there. They hear things. They start to believe things.
I don't. So I just sort of shrug and go, I don't know. And so I'm sorry to be a downer about it all, but that's just been so heavily on my mind this morning. I can't.
You can't give up, though. You can't.
And I'll get out of it as here. Probably after the first commercial break, I'll be okay. That's just
Bill,
awful.
you have Utah Word of the Day to look forward to today. Isn't that enough? to
You know, Gina, as I said before we went on the air, It's Utah word of the day. I even forgot that I had written it because I'm so.
Just yesterday.
Yeah, I just wrote it yesterday.
That's right.
After the show.
It came in my email before the shooting, so I could see where, other things have erased your memory of it.
Yeah, I mean, I did it right after the show yesterday, and Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't be.
Don't apologize for being human.
I shouldn't be casting this. I don't want to be a wet blanket. I don't want to be that. That sound. I'll cheer up after the first commercial break.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I was super blue. I knew about it yesterday, so I've had a little more time to process it.
When did it happen? I didn't.
Three.
Like afternoon, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I
funny.
purposely, I didn't look at any news, I was looking at Geek Twitter as opposed to my regular Twitter after 3.
That's weird because I
didn't find out about it until this morning either.
I was at Big O Tires at around 3:00.
They're
And
the
I
team
had
you
my-
can trust, Bill. They're the.
Gina, we're not doing a commercial for Big O Tires right now, and I don't believe they're scheduled today. So
Not today. Not
It's a
today.
freebie.
and I was, and I had my my iPad there, was looking over some stuff, and I didn't see it. Went home. After
You were
well, I went to-
blissfully unaware last night.
I guess I don't know how I missed it.
Yep. I was looking at Geek Twitter and cat videos.
I'm glad I missed it. I mean, it was there. It was this morning, though. So anyway,
There was one particular kitten video that was just adorable because he was just a newborn kitten and he was lying on his back. He was grabbing his bottom, leg, his hind leg, and he's licking it, cleaning it. And then he realized, I've got 2 bottom legs.
Wait a minute. Hold
And
the
he was just-
phone.
Whoa! The look on his face because he reached and then he reached. He goes, 2 of them, and then So that was
apparently
keeping
nobody
me sane.
apparently nobody told him about the shooting in Colorado.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess we ought to officially begin. The
Well,
program.
other people are saying they didn't know about it, so I guess we'll go
Yeah.
over it in the news for those of you
Yeah.
that hadn't.
Yes,
I mean,
news
you're
is
like,
coming up.
Just wait, 10 people, folks. We'll tell you about it coming up.
All right. We'll get that covered in the news coming up, along with
Utah word of the day.
your
X-Poll.
usual stuff, X-Poll, things like that, all coming up. Stand by. We got it coming. Oh, why don't you cheer up Bill in our check-in segment? Why don't you do that?
See if you can figure out a way to cheer me up. 877-602-9696. Call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you. I'll be cheerier. I promise. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. It'll help us get going this morning. It really
All right.
will.
Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't regret going to Hoops. I do not. I got rid of my, I had glasses forever. And that was a pain because you
Struggled
break
with those,
them.
didn't you?
Yeah, and then you move to contacts thinking it'll be better, and it's just a different problem. The little cups and the fluid and it dries your eyes out. And
Well, say goodbye to all of that. Go to
did.
Hoops Vision. Right now they have $800 off the LASIK procedure. That's $400 per eye. LASIK or PRK if you need that procedure. Now, take advantage of that $800 off. Call and make your no-obligation appointment right now, 877-30-LASIK. There's no hidden fees, no upfront charges, no bait and switch, nothing like that. Hoops will take care of you. 877-30-LASIK or hoopsvision.com. Kerry, you're close, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
Yes.
you're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now.
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame,
yes.
they've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those, baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's why that was
Okay.
of note.
and then Jenga. Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's I
a
mean,
toy.
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And that dates back to
Hopscotch.
even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's. Ugg want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo,
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
not yet.
Huh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They were my favorite. I love Briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright, Masters of the Universe,
yes.
My Little Pony, Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
He-Man.
Skeletor.
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry, Tamagotchi, and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up?
Yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses.
Seabiscuit.
Or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you
Red.
could get. Yeah.
Flicka.
Or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes.
Palomino.
Yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you could drive them
horses.
around? Well, yeah, but you want to be able to
No, Bill, you do, like...
pretend that they're galloping?
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes. Those were special ones. But they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be
Obvious,
in there,
yeah.
should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these, let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a Cup? Is Ball in a Cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is...
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books,
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and Matchbox
Wait a minute.
cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the
don't you
planet right now. So,
But don't you start with, where we started? He
Well,
started ball in a cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and,
agree with you. I
coloring
agree with
books.
you.
you know, I mean, number one, the first place they started was, playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where,
That's number one.
yeah, that's number one.
That should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You saved Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for
Exactly.
several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
Okay, let's see. 6:19 right now, and let's get this over with.
All right, we will officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. That's the number you call, and just say good morning and how you doing and what you're doing and all of that. I think we have a line open if you want to get through, 877-602-9696. Gina, do we have a sponsor?
No, no one wants to pay for this.
Let's go right ahead then. The moon is 68.4% of full, a waxing gibbous moon. It's on its way to being a full moon on March 28th. It will rise today at 1:59 p.m. Today being Tuesday, it's the 23rd day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. It is day 368 of When the Hell Will This Be Over, huh? Ever? This is the Radio from Hell show, the show that asks, that wonders why these things happen, and then we realize we don't know either.
I don't know.
There doesn't seem to be any logic to the mayhem that inflicts our world today. But now, the stars of the Radio from Hell show, if you will. The lords of morning radio. Kerry Jackson, right there. Wait for the applause to die down. There we go.
Thank you.
Now, Bill Allred.
There we
Oh,
go.
there's a smattering of applause. And now, Gina Marie Barberi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the crowd goes wild for the delightful diva of the Radio from Hell show. And now, Katie for short in our downtown studio, running the show and making sure that everything stays ship-shape. And Skip and Miriam in the control booth, lending an able hand or two. It is National World Agricultural Day, National and World Agriculture Day. It is National Chip and Dip Day.
Ooh.
But even better, it's National Melba Toast Day. I love a good piece of Melba toast.
Isn't that just toast with cheese on it, or am I missing something with the Melba toast?
Yeah, no, Melba toast is not, has nothing to do with cheese. You can put cheese on it.
Okay.
Let me tell. Melba toast is a thin, dry slice of bread that has been toasted to a crisp texture. Melba toast was originally called Toast Marie by its.
Well, that's a better name, Toast Marie. Come on.
No, it's not a better name.
No?
Wait till you hear the story. It was Toast Marie, named by its creator, the famous chef Auguste Escoffier. The name did not stick around for long, though. Famous opera singer Dame Nellie Melba took ill, and she was on a limited diet, including dry toast. It was quickly named Melba Toast and became part of Nellie's diet when she was ill. There are conflicting dates when this occurred, but that's when I always had Melba Toast. When I was ill, feeling sick, my mom would say, well, you can have some Melba Toast and some milk. And I loved it.
I'm going to call it Toast Marie. I like that better.
Fine, Gina. Go ahead. Go to the store and say, I'd like a box of Toast Marie. And when they look at you, you say, what shelf is it on? Where is it? Where's the Toast Marie? Go ahead. That'll be great. Just keep doing that.
I'm bringing it back. This is my new mission.
Too late.
I'm
That
done
happened.
with Take Back the Flag. My
Or
new
you-
mission is Toast
You,
Marie.
you could be the bread nerd. You could go in and go, excuse me,
The original
I know that it's
name.
called Melba Toast, but the original name was Toast Marie.
one of the so Escoffier is considered the father of French cooking and French cuisine, and he threw up his hands and said, "It is out of my control. She's a famous opera singer. I am honored to have her."
But that was before we had trolls who could bully her into saying, "Okay, it's Toast Marie."
Whatever. Fine, be Toast Marie.
No, nobody bullied Dame Nellie Melba.
If we had the internet, oh boy.
All
Turn
right,
it on Toast Chan. Toast Chan will turn them around. All right. Let's get this going. Tawny is here. Tawny.
Tawny, good morning. Tawny, are you
Did
still
we
there?
lose Tawny?
Tawny.
No, I hear
Huh?
Tawny.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes,
there
now
we
we
go.
can.
Hi, Tawny. There we go.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Just Bill had mentioned himself being a wet blanket this morning, and I wanted to say that if I can shelter under that wet blanket, I will indeed. I take cover under his wet blanket self. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that I definitely missed your guys' float and your walkthrough on the St. Patrick's Day Parade this year.
Yeah, we did
Because
too.
I think about 8 years ago, I was and I'm still in awe. I was wearing a St. Patrick's Day shirt that was inappropriate. It had a swear word on the front. And Carrie and Bill
Congratulations.
both gave me a hug. And I was, searching through and looking for Gina. And I'm like, 2 out of 3, that's good. So I'm just waiting for that next year when I can finally get a Gina hug. So just
You got
so
it.
glad that you guys are on the air, and just appreciate all you do. I actually enjoy taking days off because I can look forward to a
that's nice.
podcast of
Thank you,
listening
Tawny.
to you guys.
Thank you.
That's nice,
So
Tawny.
I have a
Thank you.
backlog.
Thank you, Tawny.
Anyway, just wanted to tell you that I love you and have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful day. And
Thanks.
Bill, that Derek Delgadio,
Oh yeah.
in and of itself is amazing. Thank you so much for recommending that. It spoke
It's
volumes.
on.
So,
Is it Netflix?
anyway.
Is it on? Yeah, it is.
It's on Hulu.
Oh, Hulu. Okay. Yeah, and I'll just mention
Yeah.
it again real quickly. It's not a magic show exactly, but it's a pretty remarkable
Yeah.
stage show. Derek Delgadio, in and of itself, directed by Miss Piggy,
Frank Oz.
Frank Oz. So yeah, there you go on Hulu. Thank you.
Thank
Tawny.
you, Tawny.
All right. Thanks, guys. Love you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Let's go to Chris.
Chris, good morning.
Chris.
Hi.
Hi.
Let's see. Geek Show says hi.
Hey.
Pour me a double. And Gina, for God's sake, sit down.
Thanks, Chris. It's
It's Chris's take on
That
all
was-
of our things.
All right.
closest and as close as Chris can get. Anything else,
Pretty
Chris?
much. Hey, I do have a serious question for you guys.
Okay.
You always help us out. You give us the news. Just all you do for the community.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys, how are you doing? How is
Oh,
your
that's
family?
nice,
How is
Chris.
your friends? And
That's nice.
Katie, too, and all the Katie crew.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, I'm
Thanks,
doing
Chris.
okay. My friends are safe in Colorado, so that's
Are
what
they
matters
safe
to
in
me.
Colorado?
They are.
Are
I,
they?
I checked in with them.
Okay.
They're safe for now, as is. But I'm doing okay.
Oh,
Thank
they
you.
got that new virus up there, didn't they?
Well, I was referring to the shooting
Well,
because I'm
there's a
from
little-
Colorado.
There's a little more.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's so many, I get them confused.
I know.
All right.
That's
well,
so nice of you to ask, Chris. My
Thank you,
family's
Chris.
doing just great.
We're all good here in the
Good.
bunker.
Give
and
Mohammed a kiss.
I won't go into my
Everybody.
family, Chris. I won't. All you have to do is read the raccoon letter on our to know.
That's how Bill's family is doing.
And we'll see you
Thank
later,
you.
Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Fight the good fight.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Chris. All right. Well, did that help, Bill?
Yeah.
Although we got to go into news next, don't we?
Yeah. Yes, we do. And then, even worse,
Yeah.
The Utah word of the day.
Snoopy's helping me today, Carrie. Lots of Snoopy today. Then.
All right. Let's traffic, please, Gina.
Sure. It's foggy this morning and misty, and that could be affecting your traffic. I don't have any accidents to tell you about yet, but when they happen, that may be part of it. So you're going to want to have that in mind when you're heading out. And if you see anything, you can always text it to us if it's safe for you to do that. 33986. Carrie?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
For my assistance. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. All right, we will take a break, and we will be back. Big boy news and opinioendo, full strength coming up after these. X96.
It's the Utah word of the day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough. Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. That was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, you know, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
Okay, we do have Utah Word of the Day coming up. It's 6:36 right now, and time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup is available.
Yesterday afternoon, a gunman opened fire at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. 10 people are dead. The police have publicly identified just one victim so far, a 51-year-old veteran police officer. A suspect who had been injured was taken into custody. Video showed a handcuffed man being escorted out of the building by officers. He was shirtless. His right leg appeared to be covered in blood. People inside the grocery, King's Supers, in the South Boulder area, described a harrowing and chaotic scene. "I thought I was going to die," said Alex Ariano, who was working in the meat department at King Supers, when he heard a series of gunshots and then saw people running for the exit. The authorities identified the officer who died as Eric Talley. He joined the department in 2010, and Officer Talley was the first officer on the scene when reports of a gunman came in. He was, by all accounts, one of the outstanding officers at the Boulder Police Department, said the local district attorney, the county district attorney. The Boulder shooting, of course, came less than a week after a gunman shot and killed 8 people, 6 of them of Asian descent, at 3 spas in the Atlanta area. Quinlan and Nevin Sloan, just to give you an idea of what went on in that store, 21-year-old newlyweds, had stopped into the store to pick up some supplies for beef stroganoff when they heard the shooting. Ms. Sloan, who's a student at the University of Colorado Boulder, said that at first she didn't recognize the noise. The couple had split up in the store. He was in the produce department, as she said, and she was standing in front of the dairy case when customers started running for the exits. It was muffled at first, she said. I thought maybe somebody had dropped something, and then it went again, probably about 15 or 20 shots, really fast. And apparently the guy had an AR-style weapon. My husband came up and shoved me out the door and yelled, "Call 911." Then he ran back into the store to make sure that a couple of older women who were there in the aisle got out okay. She hid behind a building across the parking lot. Her husband joined her there later, a few minutes later, and she said they looked down. They realized that because they hadn't bothered to use a cart, they had fled with their arms full of meat and noodles and stuff for the beef stroganoff. Really just inexplicable.
The police officer that died had 7 kids.
7 kids, yeah. Tragedy, one of a kind, an original. He will be missed. Elgin Baylor. L.A. Lakers, I think he was a Minnesota Laker, I think. Hall of Fame forward, became one of the NBA's greatest players, Elgin Baylor, displaying acrobatic brilliance that foreshadowed the athleticism of a later generation of stars. You know, basketball, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it looks nothing like the basketball of today. First of all, they didn't allow...
The shorts were really short.
The shorts were really tight and short, and they didn't allow traveling like they do now. You know, back then you had to dribble the ball occasionally. Elgin Baylor was 86 years old. 14 seasons with the Lakers, first in Minneapolis, but then mostly in Los Angeles. And he was a brilliant player, brilliant basketball player. Perry Farrell, you know Perry Farrell, Jane's Addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's got his COVID vaccination, and he says, "I'll see you at Lollapalooza soon."
What is soon, Perry?
He said,
soon relative?
He just said soon. He said, "I got my vaccination. I'm excited. We will have live music events." And when did they say? When, Perry? Soon. Very soon. Very soon.
There will be some this year. They're starting to roll out a little bit.
Darren Piccoli from the Stateroom told us a couple of weeks ago. He said, "I think we'll do some outdoor events this year, this summer." While vaccines are being rolled out, this is the former chief of the CDC. His name is Frieden. He says, well, listen, it's great. People are getting vaccinated, but please still be cautious. We are not out of the woods yet. Things are looking better. The U.S., though, will likely see another surge of coronavirus. He said, this one I think will be less deadly because of the vaccines that are being administered. So far, more than 82.7 million Americans have gotten at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, and more than 44.9 million have been fully vaccinated. The state of Utah reported the fewest COVID infections since May of 2020.
Yeah, yesterday's numbers were awesome.
There was Sunday. There were only 4,144 Utahns tested for COVID-19. So the testing is down, but still the state reporting its lowest numbers is since May of 2020. That's still good, even though the testing was not as there weren't as many tests. On Monday, Salt Lake County became the first in the state to start scheduling appointments for anyone age 16 and over. And my wife got my daughter an appointment, and it was chaotic, but it was doable on the phone. It was so they didn't seem to be overwhelmed. They could handle all of the calls, but as she did it online, and as she went to make an appointment, she goes, this one will work, and she goes, oh wait, it's gone already, and then she goes, oh wait, no, that one's gone already. But if she just kept at it online, and she got an appointment for my daughter to get vaccinated. So pretty soon we'll all be vaccinated in this
I know.
house.
I'm bummed because my daughter's 15. Like, she's just on
lie. You need to lie. And you know why you should get vaccinated? Do you know why? Because if you get vaccinated, and make sure you hang on to your card, Krispy Kreme will give you a donut. Not just one donut. And now that you have to have a valid card, and Krispy Kreme will give you a donut every day, one donut every day for the rest of the year.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
A donut every day?
Yes. You don't have to buy anything. I mean, of course, when you go in to get your donut,
You gotta get
they're
more than one
hoping
donut.
They know you will.
they're
Yeah.
hoping that you will buy some donuts, but
'Cause
you don't
want
have
some,
to.
You want some coffee with that donut, of course. You know.
Show them your card that you're fully vaccinated.
I haven't had a nice, hot, fresh out of the oven Krispy Kreme donut in a long time.
Yeah.
How do you get them fresh out of the oven? You
go
go stand
there.
there at the store at the right time? Or?
They have a sign out front that says.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Hot. That'll flash.
It flashes when they've got them going.
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm not a particular fan of Krispy Kreme donuts.
I drove by and I saw it.
More than 200,000 Americans have flocked to the Affordable Care Act to sign up for health insurance during the first 2 weeks of an open enrollment period created by President Biden. The affordable, Obamacare, that
horrible
lousy
thing that nobody
Obamacare,
that failure. Remember, it was a failure.
that thing that the Republicans kept trying to kill.
Yeah.
So they could put in their own plan, which they never had.
Which they
in
didn't.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. It's coming.
2 weeks.
Well,
great
that's what
health care
Trump-
plan coming
that
in
was,
2 weeks.
That was Trump care. Yeah. A sign that those who had lost insurance during the pandemic remain in desperate need of coverage, and at the same time, a provision in the president's $1.9 trillion stimulus law to make Medicaid expansion more fiscally appealing has prompted deeply conservative Alabama and Wyoming to consider expanding the government health program to residents who are too rich to qualify but too poor to afford private health plans.
But don't they know it's unconstitutional and terrible?
11 years after President Obama, signed his signature domestic achievement, after several near-death experiences, the health law is now expanding again. And this is an interesting story, I think. It's Kristi Noem, the hideous governor of South Dakota, considered a possible 2024 presidential candidate.
Of course.
On Friday, Kristi Noem announced that she would not sign a bill passed by the Republican-controlled state legislature. She will not sign it. It's a law that would ban transgender girls and women from participating in girls' or women's sports at all levels. Proposing instead that the restrictions apply maybe just to middle and high school athletic competitions, but not college sports. Why is she refusing to sign this, even though she's a very conservative Republican, as is the legislature?
Interesting.
Well, she's smart. She wants to avoid punishment by the NCAA that could be financially damaging to schools and surrounding communities in South Dakota, even though the association, NCAA, has not yet issued an official rebuke to the 20 other states that are enacting or considering similar bills. Quote, South Dakota's chances of winning a lawsuit against the NCAA are very low, Ms. Noem said at a news conference in Pierre, the state capital. The NCAA is a private association. Yep. That means they can do as they want to do.
And they've had their own policy regarding this for years and years, and it's fine and doesn't need to be dealt with.
If South Dakota passes a law that's against their policy, they will likely take punitive action against our state, she said. That means they can pull all their tournaments from the state of South Dakota. They could pull their home games. They could even prevent our athletes from playing in their league. So now let's go then to Spencer Cox.
Well, our law was never involved the NCAA either, though. Our law was just high school. And
no, I'm talking about the porn screen.
Oh, a separate issue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he says that there are a lot of problems with that bill, but he signs it anyway because it says a good message. Well, it'll backfire.
Yeah.
It's going to backfire. It's
Yes.
like when the state of Utah said, we're going to put a clause in the Constitution, the state Constitution, that says we forbid same-sex marriage in the state of Utah. Backfired. Now we have same-sex marriage in the country.
Thank you for doing that, because it paved the way for...
Yeah. And finally, this story. Here are the 10 happiest countries in the world. 10 happiest countries in the world. And I want you to think about, what do all of these countries have in common? 10 happiest countries according to the 2021 World Happiness Report, released on Friday. So I don't know who put it all together, but Finland, Denmark, Switzerland, Iceland, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Luxembourg, New Zealand, and Australia. What do all those countries have in common?
Probably a few things.
One thing for sure.
Healthcare.
Socialized medicine.
Comes to mind. Yeah.
A lot of blonde people.
Gun control also, I'm thinking,
I
comes
think
to mind.
probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. Those are your happiest countries. Okay, that's it. Sports, weather, traffic?
Well, we all hate Shaquille O'Neal these days, don't we?
What happened?
I don't hate him.
Yeah, because he's mean to Donovan Mitchell.
Oh,
you back off Donovan Mitchell, Shaquille O'Neal. So here's a story that'll make you feel better.
Hate is a destructive emotion, Gina.
Well, Shaquille O'Neal is not our favorite person here in Utah. Okay. So this story might make you happy. He shared his first experience with Icy Hot. And I bring this up for a couple of reasons. It's a great story, but it also reminds me of our X poll we have coming up that you can think about. What is a first experience that you would like to experience again for the first time?
I'm guessing Shaquille wants to experience this again.
I don't think so. So he was on the Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, and he was explaining how he once had to leave an NBA game early after a team trainer used Icy Hot too high up on his thigh.
Oh.
Like he started getting on to his boys.
All the way up. And it was, and he said, during the game, my little guys started getting hot, like really hot. Like I thought something was really wrong.
Icy hot.
Shaq said the pain eventually got so intense he couldn't continue to play basketball. It got to the point where I was like, hey man, I think I need a doctor. My little guys are on fire. He left the court and made a beeline for the showers, but if you ever get icy hot on you like that, that's the worst thing you can do is get it wet. But a janitor in the locker room, you can see him, mopping. Shaq, what's the matter in there?
Why aren't you playing?
I got ice. He said, so I'm in the shower, and the janitor says, no, you don't put water on it. You got to pour milk on it. Milk will calm it down.
Yes, I can see that.
So somebody went and got him some milk.
Oh, my.
He went in the shower and poured milk all over himself, and he said, it worked. I felt better. The burn was gone.
You know what I take away from that story mostly, though? Little guys.
His little guys.
The little guys. Okay.
The Sweet 16 is set. Oh, sorry, Carrie.
Go ahead.
Oh. Here's what we have. Oregon State will play Loyola, Villanova, and Baylor. Oral Roberts and Arkansas, Syracuse and Houston, Creighton and Gonzaga, Florida State and Michigan, UCLA and Alabama, and Oregon and USC. Those games start on Saturday. The Jazz...
Is that the Silly 16?
The Sweet 16.
Oh.
Please. The Jazz, they won last night. They beat the Bulls on the road 120-95, and Rudy Gobert posted a career-high 9 blocks in that game. And they play again, the Nets tomorrow at 8 p.m. That's sports. Carrie, if you could help me out with the weather, I'll tell people what it's like.
Just a moment. Let me bring that up. I was checking out our Mad Marchness brackets because I want to talk about them here in a second. Yes, the spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
So we have a chance of snow showers today and patchy fog, which you may be experiencing this morning during your commute. Going to have a high of 49 today, and that rain-snow mix will taper off by this afternoon, and we'll have a low overnight of 31, so pretty chilly overnight. Traffic, lake effect snow is falling in Tooele County. Visibility is reduced, and roads are wet, so if Tooele is part of your commute, you're going to want to be aware of that. Let me check and see if we have any accidents to tell you about, either from UDOT or from you. You can tell us about accidents, too, or things in the road, free stuff. Only if it's safe for you to do that, though. You can text it in at 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. Buckle up, whether you're a driver or passenger. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. We do have Utah Word of the Day in our next break. Big boy news, Opinioendo, round one of our boners. Don't forget the X poll coming up right after we award round one of your boners at 7:45. We're going to begin the X poll, and that's when we need you to, well, start thinking about it now and then call in at that time. What experience would you want to experience again for the first time?
Yeah.
And try not to just say losing your virginity. Something a little
just
more.
Consider that's done already.
Exactly.
Already, everybody said that one already.
Mad Marchness, because you were talking about March Madness in the in the sports there, but X96's Mad Marchness. Well, you can go and vote. Bill's going to win regardless, but the question is what candidate are you picking?
Well, I know which one I'm picking.
I hope it's the drink by the fire.
Because the other one grosses me out.
So it is the drink by the fire.
Yeah, that's the one I'm voting for.
So we're down to round 4 now. According to the website, you can vote on round 4, which is the final 2 candidates, until Friday at 9:30 in the morning. But then it says we're not going to announce the winner until Friday of the end of that week. So, 4 or 5 days after you're done being interested at all, we're going to announce.
I think maybe we
the winner.
We could probably
I'm sure
do
we'll,
it before that.
We'll do it sooner, I'm sure. But, we're working out the mechanics of this new program and all this. But, we're... So your choices for the finals are a drink by the fire or a note from my kid about a dead raccoon.
Yeah.
Those are your picks. The final 2.
Yeah.
Mad Marchness. Just go to x96.com and click on the rotating banner.
I think whichever one you choose to vote for says an awful lot about you.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I would completely agree with that.
All right.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Do we need to do traffic or anything before we?
No, we can move along.
All right. Let's scoot along here. We got Utah Word of the Day coming up after these. More news and boners round 1. Stand by for all of that. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
Yeah, 30 years Shamrock Plumbing has been doing the plumbing stuff along the Wasatch Front. And, they are plumbers. They also have water heaters and water softeners and water purification systems. And they would love to come and, put a purification system, for instance, in your home.
I've had them. I had an old water softener that I had them replace. So maybe you have a water softener. You should have Shamrock come look at it and have them put a new one in. Also call them if you have, your basic plumbing needs, like, I got a clogged sink or clogged toilet. But if you want to put in a new system, or like at my house, we have a pipe that goes out to the street that's an old pipe that lots of tree roots grow in. And once a year, I have Shamrock come out and clean out all the roots out of the pipe so it makes things flow to the street.
So fast, same-day professional service. They are very reasonable prices. Call Shamrock Plumbing for emergencies, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
We have
Thanks,
late
Charlie.
breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello?
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm
Well,
the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
Well, I
before,
know, but
though.
are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned up shoes?
No, but actually there's a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
It's the Is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, nice, soothing labor and delivery music, and all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here, and it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hobo Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7",
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
and you can braid her hair,
So she's
Wow.
not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
but tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked
Well-
bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
The baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a
Oh
peep,
yes,
right?
her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Alta.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something.
My little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence.
Is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. And I use the dumb old dad jokes of it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a foding spider."
My dad
Foding
always said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, what the or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or did somebody step on a duck? Yeah. Is the other one.
Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one.
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
so
said,
like us.
I
learned
said,
it from watching you.
I said, "Honey, that was."
Did you high five her?
High five.
That was a loud one, and she said, "It sounded like a door closing."
She means like the creak of the door.
And I said it did kind of, and she said, "A door with rusty hinges." Ouch! I just thought
she's creative.
I thought that was the best.
Our children are learning from you.
So now it's just hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I just thought that was the best. A door.
Get
with
some
a
3-in-1
rusty
oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those kids say the darndest
They
things.
sure do.
7:04 right now. People are weighing in on the X poll via text now, and that doesn't help. I appreciate
is that
it.
what that is?
Yeah, I appreciate that. But, this is a radio show. We'd like audio. We'd like you to call in at the proper time, when we're taking calls. And that'll be at about 7:45 for the X poll.
Might I suggest, Katie, if we put a post up on Facebook, if people are thinking, I want to write something about the X poll right now while I'm thinking of it, you could go to our Radio from Hell Facebook page and perhaps add some things there. How about that?
Good idea. Good idea. It's so just be thinking though. We want you to call in with the X poll, not right now, but we'll do it in a minute.
Yeah,
just a little bit here. But just be thinking about something that you still experience, but you remember the first time you experienced it. The obvious answer, of course, is having. Somebody said losing my virginity, and that I would not like to relive because it was an absolutely awkward, awful experience for the most part. I mean, sex wasn't really good until after the first couple of times when you started to get the hang of it. So
it's like riding a bike.
So the very first time, but I mean, like the first time you tasted an artichoke and you went, "Whoa, wow, man, I like that." Just things like that, or a piece of music you heard, or
Yeah. But this is coming up. This is not now.
Yeah.
This is
coming up.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just trying to deflect from the fact that the Utah Word of the Day is coming up. We should never say the Utah Word of the Day is coming up. We should always just go right into it.
Because that will send people away. They'll
Without a
go,
warning.
It's time to go hop in the shower during Utah Word of the Day, so I don't...
Utah Word of the Day, I can go out and go and get dressed. Yeah. Yeah,
it's sort of a shock and awe approach.
Yeah, exactly.
To radio content. It's,
you find yourself in the middle of the Utah
exactly.
Word of the Day, and you can't do anything.
What
with
is
it.
the word?
I woke up and it was all over me, and I didn't know what to do.
It was all over me.
Crap. They tricked me into listening to it.
It was dark, and we didn't know what we were doing. Oh no, wait, that's the X poll. Sorry,
But now we're giving them ample warning that the Utah Word of the Day is coming up here in this break, and they can ditch.
They can ditch.
It's Senior Slough Day.
Yeah.
With the Utah
Hey, let's ditch.
Ditch them. Ditch them.
I've said those words.
Yes, and I've had them said to me.
I've been at it.
Here comes Bill. Ditch. Let's ditch.
I've been at a dance or a party, and I remember looking at whoever I was there with and going, "Let's ditch."
Yeah, I used to hear it when I was, people see me coming and they'd say, "Here comes Bill. Let's ditch.
Let's ditch.
Ditch him."
This could be a whole other episode of Utah Word of the Day with the
Ditch.
word being ditch.
Yeah.
Because you dig a ditch, but you also...
it's
ditch.
not.
No, it's not quite the same.
No, it's not.
You don't understand. You obviously do not understand the concept of.
Well, she doesn't.
The high
She's not.
concept.
She's not in the sketches. She's just the announcer. She
Right.
just
Yeah.
introduces them. So
I'm not a character.
and then after her part's done, she leaves. She goes home.
Yeah.
She.
You don't even listen to them, do you?
No, I got to go make sure Mohammed's in the shower getting ready for school.
She's like when you were in Saturday's Voyeur. You did the opening number and you left.
Yeah.
Didn't stay for the rest of the play.
No.
You just. All right. We ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Dork. D-O-R-K, dork. And now, two Utah lumpkins are here to blather endlessly about this and that and the other thing, and then, after their meaningless, meandering, monotonous conversation about their completely useless lives, LeVar and LeGrand will finally get to the point and use this Utah word in a sentence. So, here they are, and again, the word is dork. Dork. I said the word is dork.
We heard you. I think both of us heard you just fine.
Well, I wasn't sure.
Well, we did. Didn't we, LeVar?
Yep, heard you just fine.
All right, I'm sorry. I've just been a little on edge lately.
Well, that's okay. We ain't mad. We was just worried that something was wrong with you. Now, shall we go on with our meaningless, meandering dialogue now?
Yes, I'm gonna go lie down.
Hey there, LeGrand. I mean, what's shaking, Bacon?
Nothing much. Oh, you got any bacon? I'd love some bacon.
No, I ain't got no bacon. It's just an expression. What's shaking bacon is just my way of asking what's going on.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. I sure as heck would like some bacon, though.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, what I really need to do is figure out a way to get my wife to be happy with me again.
Oh, you're in the doghouse with LaRue, huh? Again. What'd you do?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, I think it was something I said or did or something I was doing when I said something I shouldn't have. I mean, I think I might have said something about her mother that didn't set well.
Oh.
You see, LaRue informed me that her mom, Altaviz, was coming for a visit, and I said, well, that's just fine. What motel is she going to be staying at?
Oh.
And LaRue said, motel? You expect my mother to stay at a motel when you can clearly sleep on the couch and she can have a nice bed in our room?
Oh, wait. You and LaRue still have a twin bed, do you?
Yeah, we do because, I have the tendency to cry out and kick at things when I'm asleep.
Oh.
Well, anywho, I should have realized that that's what was going to happen, and I shouldn't have said nothing about a motel for her mom. I mean, dang it. I mean, I'm just a dork, a complete dork.
Well, you'll get no argument from me, dork. How are you going to make this good? What's your key out of the doghouse, my dork friend?
Oh, well, I guess I could try just sneaking back home under the cover of the Dorkanite, but I think a nice present is what I'll have to do. And that means a trip to Hatch Family Chocolates.
Oh, what kind? Assorted nuts and chews?
Well, she likes all the varieties so long as it's not milk chocolate. LaRue is strictly dork chocolate. Yep, only the dork chocolate will do.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
See.
Greg was proud that you really sold it, Gina.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. You sold it. All right.
Well, there it was.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, fog's now affecting parts of the east side of the Salt Lake Valley. I-215 Cottonwood Heights, really murky there. Also, lake effect snow continuing to come down in portions of Tooele County. Erta looks like it's having some wet roads and snowy conditions, so might not be expecting that this morning, but you're going to be experiencing it, so might want to leave a little extra today. Not that stuff is sticking to the roads, but your visibility is reduced for sure. And if you see something you want to share it with friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. If you've tried, if you're tired, you shouldn't be behind the wheel. Drive alert. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
Okie dokie. Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number one, how'd that get in there? Boner candidate number two, sedition and adultery. And boner candidate number three, Lauren Boebert, guns.
All right. We got round one of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. And we'll have what we can find, the latest about the shooting in Boulder. We'll get to that coming up after these. Strong Volkswagen.
StrongVW.com. Strong Volkswagen is at 1070 South Main in downtown Salt Lake. But you can shop online, strongvw.com. So if you buy from Strong and you find the same car for a better price anyplace else, you just bring in the receipt, the price, and to Strong VW, and they verify it, and they'll cut you a check for the difference. Simple as that. That's how confident they are that they can beat anybody's price when it comes to Volkswagens. Now, right now at Strong VW, only $259 down, $259 a month for the brand new, sassy, sleek, and rugged 2021 Tiguan Sport Utility Vehicle. These are really nice cars, the Tiguan, the VW Tiguan. Terms apply. See dealer for details. And don't forget they have plenty of pre-owned Volkswagens there, really nice ones, and they're great lifetime warranty on new and pre-owned cars. So shop for your Volkswagen now and tell them I sent you. StrongVW.com. Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning, I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
Well, you should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that if all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
happy to help.
Yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
seems a little early at 95.
It would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step
Private
back because he
fart
farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite.
I
I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it
Well,
because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what it is.
If you were a woman, you'd be upset about
healthcare.
I think what it is that I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday, and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has dwarfism.
He said I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah. I mean, but they don't give a good God.
There you go. There's
about
the man.
it.
There's the man.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug.
Son
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, they want it.
They
want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it. Y'all don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness.
Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his disreputable friend LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years
Well,
back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick kicking
Yeah.
off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant.
He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Well, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVore, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs, got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
Right, 7:21 right now. It is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, because winning here does not make it boner of the day. It makes it qualified to be boner of the day. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again. 3 more candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. And we'll take both winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. So right now, pick a champion from this round 1 to send forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a family 4-pack of McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich coupons. You don't have to share them with your family. They could just be yours. All 4 crispy chicken sandwiches could be yours.
Now, let me just say this about the chicken sandwiches. The all-knowing suit kind of implied that we were, fibbing about the chicken sandwiches when we said we tried them all and they're delicious. Suit, I want you to know, they sent them to our homes.
Yeah, each
3
one of
sandwiches.
us got
Yes.
3 sandwiches. And
they are, in fact, delicious.
They are yummy as hell, yes.
Particularly the one, what's it called? All the fixins?
It's got all the fixins in it.
The deluxe.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like the spicy one, too.
I like the spicy one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So there.
Here we go. Boner candidate number 1. How did that get in there? A 27-year-old woman showed up to a hospital with a cough and a fever and thick mucus that had been persistent for 6 months. 4 months prior to going to hospital, she'd been prescribed antibiotics and anti-tuberculosis treatment, which appeared to have no impact on her symptoms. But she was exhibiting symptoms of tuberculosis. So her sputum, that is the mucus that comes up out of your lungs, was tested for TB, and they found that it was negative. She didn't have tuberculosis. And then they said, well, let's x-ray your chest and see what's going. And they found a lesion in the upper right lobe, or the right upper lobe of her lungs. And then upon further investigation, it appeared to be some sort of bag-like structure sitting in the bronchus. I guess it's very close to the throat, the bronchial tube.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, well, we better operate and see what this is. The team removed the mysterious bag. Though most of it was destroyed by the process, it was still identifiable as a condom.
Oh.
She breathed in
She had aspirated a condom.
Oh.
And she did not remember doing that? I would think you would remember doing that.
Well,
that was a hell of a party.
As they thought back on it, she and her husband.
You know, there
recalled,
was that time.
and it was on there, and then it was. I didn't really.
But
yeah, well,
I don't see how.
that's what happened. I'm just going to say that's what happened. Boner candidate number 1. How'd that get in there? Boner candidate number 2. Sedition and adultery. A police detective has filed for divorce from his wife after she was photographed. I mentioned this yesterday.
Oh, yes.
She was photographed with another man during the Capitol riot on January 6th. Jennifer Heinel, the wife of Detective Michael Heinel of Pennsylvania's Shaler Township Police Department and part of the FBI Pittsburgh's Office Violent Crimes Task Force, is accused of taking part in the January 6th insurrection. Jennifer was charged with several crimes after the riot, including disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds and violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. The FBI said in court documents filed on Wednesday that it identified Ms. Heinel through her association with a man identified as Kenneth Grayson and shared a photo of the two together that it said was obtained from Mr. Grayson's iPad. Michael Heinel, her husband, immediately filed for divorce. Records filed at the Allegheny courthouse show. An FBI spokesperson said her office had no comment on this, but Jennifer Heinel was seen outside the Capitol grounds and inside the Capitol rotunda while wearing a red long-sleeve jersey bearing Trump 20 on the back. It reviewed security camera footage and police body camera footage. Court documents show, the FBI said. It also looked at Facebook, and there were several exchanges between Jennifer Heinel and this Grayson guy where they discussed their plans to travel to Washington, D.C. together, including renting a vehicle and renting a hotel room together. Heinel told the FBI, I didn't go in the Capitol. I didn't do that. Well, there are photos of her in there.
Yeah.
And there are photos of her with this guy. And, yeah, boner candidate number 2, sedition and adultery. Right. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, Lauren Boebert, guns and...
All right, we got candidate number 3 for round 1 of your boners coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty, and all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infiniti, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
A gunman killed 10 people yesterday afternoon in a mass shooting at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. One of the dead is a police officer who was responding to the shooting. Boulder police said that one person is in custody after officers responded to multiple calls of shots fired in or near the King's Super grocery store, and a call about a person possibly with a patrol rifle, as somebody put it. We had a tragic incident today, said Commander Kerry Yamaguchi of the Boulder Police. During a news conference, there was a loss of life. We have multiple people who were killed in the store. I'm sorry to have to report one of them was a Boulder police officer, been on the force for about 10 or 11 years, had 7 children. At a second news conference over an hour later, police said that there were 10 fatalities and Officer Eric Talley. The Boulder Police Department tweeted that for the public to avoid the supermarket due to active shooter in the building. That was at 2:49 yesterday afternoon Mountain Time.
Enough.
There have not been
enough.
any. There haven't been any. Nobody's talked about. Nobody's. So Boulder sort of. So Colorado sort of started doing this with the Aurora shooting at the movie theater.
Don't give them
where
attention
they said
at all.
we're not gonna mention the person's name. Not gonna mention, and they have not mentioned this shooter's name.
It's a shame that they've been through this so much that they now have a protocol for when this happens, here's how we handle it, and we don't talk about the shooter or give them any...
This is not the first mass shooting we've had in the state of Colorado, said a police spokesperson. One thing that's happened in response to each and every one, including today's horrific acts, is the response that we have from law enforcement, victims advocates, and investigators and prosecutors. They step up and they do their job. A man who identified himself as a videographer and journalist said that he was near the King Super when he heard the gunshots, and he apparently live streamed it.
Mm-hmm.
He was identified as Dean Schiller. He said he saw multiple bodies on the ground, including one outside the store's door, one in the parking lot. And then this will sort of tip my hat with the boner candidate number 3, but Lauren Boebert, Colorado, pro-Colorado, pro-gun Colorado Republican, wants to be armed at the Capitol.
If she'd been there, she would have taken care of this, I'm sure.
She said, thoughts and prayers go out to the people who were killed at the King Super. Well, Twitter users are not buying her thoughts and prayers. The QAnon-endorsing lawmaker said her prayers were with everybody affected by the tragedy and asked God be with us as we make sense of this senseless violence. As we make sense of this senseless violence.
She's an idiot.
And may we unify and not divide during this time. Critics questioned the sincerity of her statements, citing her gun-themed eatery, her restaurant called the Shoot 'em Up Saloon or something.
It's
What is it?
Shooters.
Yeah. And her prominent display of firearms.
And I want you to notice in the media how these two shootings have been handled differently. The one in Atlanta and the one this time is that the one in Atlanta was almost kind of victim blaming, just bordering on it. And then I want you to look at the way that this one is being handled. We got nothing. And we're almost, anyway, I don't want to get off on a tangent.
Chevy Chase, referred to here as a comedy genius, a slapstick comedy genius.
He's made me laugh.
He is recuperating at his home in Westchester. These are my first few days home. I can only say how happy I am to be back with my family. He's been in the hospital for 5 weeks. A heart issue.
Oh, let me get my Deadpool for next year ready. Here.
The one-time self-styled physical comic, I don't know who writes these, who is 77, says, I used to go out and do anything. I'd do slapstick in front of 3,000 people. But at this moment, I have no need to go out and meet COVID. I was going
to say, as you continue the story, you're gonna get to that SE Chevy Chase.
Oh no, really?
Here we go.
Yeah,
Listen.
even this story.
No.
I read. I turn on the TV. I watch the news. It's all dreck. I see actors, comedians, producers, screenwriters working, and God bless them. But I don't see anything great on television. Well, that's because you're an idiot.
What he's saying is it's because he's not on television.
Yeah. It's all because of a generation of S-heads laughing at the world. The humor today is giving the next generation worse stuff than they already have in their own lives. It drives me nuts. I'm an old geezer.
That's crotchety, Chevy.
Yeah, exactly. Just when you start to kind of feel sorry for him a little bit, then he reverts to being that a-hole Chevy Chase,
This is going to be a stretch for actor David Hasselhoff. I use the term actor loosely, but David Hasselhoff is going to be in a new German TV series, and he's going to star as Hollywood actor David Hasselhoff.
Ooh.
Method acting.
The plot of the dark comedy sees the Hoff, as we like to call him, cast in a theater play in Germany, only to be caught up in an international conspiracy of former Cold War assassins.
This sounds terrible.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like it could be rather interesting, really, I think. I'm serious.
You've always kind of had an affinity for David Hasselhoff.
If they do it right, it will be great.
Well, he's taken a look at the William Shatner model. and realized that you can't run away from all that. You got to embrace it.
He has been,
and that's how you make your money. I mean,
Yeah.
you look at the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. He's all over that movie.
Yeah.
Being Hasselhoff.
The man coordinating vaccines for the Utah Department of Health has two problems. One is happening now. The other is almost certain to happen in the coming weeks. Rich Lakin, the director of Utah's immunization program, says Utah's network of county health departments, pharmacies, hospitals, and other providers can administer 300,000 shots per week. But the latest rolling average shows Utah receiving only about half that number. That's 1.2 million doses we could have done in a month, Lakin said. With supply almost certain to grow and the state's ability to control the logistics of delivery, problem number one will eventually be a memory. He said we will catch up with it, and it'll just be seamless. So it sounds like they, even though it's kind of lagging right now, Rich Lakin says, but we're on track to catch up, and it'll be great.
I hope you're right.
So how close is Utah to having the coronavirus under control? Percent positivity of 5%, along with low case counts and ample hospital capacity, would show that we're doing good, said Angela Dunn, who is going to be on our show tomorrow or the next day. So we'll talk about that. Just quickly before we go. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow
Just
at
quickly,
9:30, yeah.
Just quickly before we go, Lay's potato chips, they have a new fried pickle with ranch dip flavor.
Ooh, that sounds good.
That does sound good. I want them now. Fried pickles with ranch flavor. Apparently they've released that before, and they're bringing them back for a while. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Yeah, we've got some snow showers and patchy fog happening. 31 right now, and we'll get up to about 49 for a high today. And that snow and patchy fog could be affecting your commute this morning. Looks like fog is affecting parts of the east side of the Salt Lake Valley. I-215 at Cottonwood Heights. Looks like it's very soupy through there. Lake effect snow continuing to come down in portions of Tooele County. Erta is seeing some snow. And someone just texted this in. Hygiena SR36 in Tooele is really icy with many, many A's in the really. Everyone should be careful. So, give yourself some extra time and extra space between you and the cars in front of you. That's traffic. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. If you're tired, you shouldn't be behind the wheel. Drive alert. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
Okay.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Lauren Boebert. Guns. These are comments she made before the shooting yesterday, before we knew of it, before it happened. Lauren Boebert has hit back at her critics after she trended on Twitter for suggesting that she's hidden all of her guns from Joe Biden, claiming that the left hates women.
What?
She began trending on social media Sunday after she posted an unusual tweet declaring she'd hidden all of her guns from the president. Yesterday I put all my guns upstairs, she said. Biden can never get to them now. The jibe comes as an apparent joke at Biden's expense after the president fell over 3 times while attempting to board Air Force One on Friday. I didn't see that. However, critics were quick to hit back at the representative, hitting back at her with their own examples of behavior that they saw as dumb and unflattering. Hashtag Lauren Boebert is so dumb. She thinks Joe Biden wants her guns and thinks that telling everyone she's hiding them upstairs would keep them safe if he wants them, said one user. Well, she's just dumb, said most Twitter users. She's dumb, and she's the kind of dumb that's dangerous. She is a dangerous, dangerous person who should be, I guess, can you impeach a representative?
There is a mechanism for getting rid of her.
Isn't she the one who owns the restaurant?
Yeah, Shooters.
Shooters, where the waiters and waitresses open carry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's her thing.
Yeah.
That is her
She's the one who
This is a
insisted on
Colorado
open carry.
restaurant, though.
Yeah, she's the one who insisted on carrying a gun after the January 6 shootings. She said, "Why can't I wear my gun into Congress? Why can't?"
Yep.
She's dumb. Boner candidate number 3, Lauren Boebert.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, how did that get there? How did that get in there? A woman who thought she had tuberculosis turns out, no, she had a condom lodged in the upper lobe of her lung. How did that happen, I wonder? Boner candidate number 2, sedition and adultery. A police detective filing for divorce from his wife after she was photographed with another man at the Capitol riot. And boner candidate number 3, Lauren Boebert and guns and...
Okay. Here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one first, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. All right? If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll secure a spot in Bonerdome. We've got round 2 coming up at 8:20 this morning with 3 more candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. Then we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Right now, pick your champion from this round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that single digit in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 23, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear, and you can vote online. Okay? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It is round 1.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello. We're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, ow, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver,
Ah, there he goes.
and life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob,
Yeah.
how many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer, how
I
many?
can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee at Bob's House of
I'm an
Hose.
independent contractor.
Obama! Says Bob House of Hose. Obama!
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bocephus.
Obama! There he is.
Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Fish Chowder.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
We had boner candidate number one. How'd that get in there? I wonder. A condom lodged in the lung of a woman, the upper lobe. She thought she had tuberculosis until I did some digging. They found a condom in her lung. Boner candidate number two, sedition and adultery. A police detective filing for divorce now because his wife was photographed at the Capitol riot on January 6th with another man. And boner candidate number three, Lauren Boebert, guns, and her reprehensible tweet that she's, sent thoughts and prayers to the victims of the shooting. Yeah. Jake won himself some chicken. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
4 chicken sandwiches from McDonald's.
Yeah. And the winner of the boner voting, of course, was number 3, Lauren Boebert.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round one's boners. It's not boner of the day yet. We send this candidate forward now to Boner Dome. 8:20 comes up. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Then we'll take that winner and send it to Boner Dome. And you'll decide boner of the day between those 2 candidates at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when it all goes down. All right. Do we have a sponsor for this feature?
Wouldn't that be nice?
The X-Poll, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, the Radio from Hell X-Poll, wherein we pose a question and then you call in with a response at 877-602-9696. Yeah, and it's simple. Just we'll ask the question and then and it's something that you should have some thoughts about, I think. And it simply is now. It's the best way to put it. Just remember back to the first time you did something that you still do, but the first time you did it, what would you like to go back and experience that first thrill of it again? Or the thrill of a piece of music, for instance, or the first time you tasted a certain food, or the first time you went to a certain place, or it can be any number of things. Surprise us.
When we talked about this yesterday and decided the question, the first thing that came to my head, and it of course would, is the very first year of Lost Lands in 2017, and experience seeing the life-size dinosaurs and having the best community, which was so cool.
It's a big EDM dinosaur festival.
Yep, it's a dubstep festival.
Where is that?
It's in a tiny little town called Thornville, Ohio.
Thornville, Ohio.
It's got like a population of 900 people, and then there's roughly about 65,000 tickets sold for this festival.
Same place every year.
Every year. It's called Legend Valley. It's really beautiful. And we take over that town for an entire week, and basically they make all of their profit from us.
So there you go. That's Katie would like to experience that again for the very first time. I mean, it's still always nice.
Oh, yeah.
But the first time was something special.
I have high hopes for this year, still going in the end of September.
For some reason, one of the things that popped into my head was the first time I heard the Rolling Stones album Aftermath. I don't know why, but it popped into my mind how thrilled I was with some of the songs on there. Although I'm looking at the album track now, misogynistic songs like "Stupid Girl" and "Under My Thumb," but it's just and then when I hear them, I still like the sound of those songs. But the first time I heard them, it was just remarkable. Anything for you, Gina?
So actually, this weekend, my daughter came to me and she's like, "Mom, you've got to watch this movie. It's so good. The twist in it, you won't believe it. And so she had me watch Shutter Island.
Oh,
which is not a movie I care about.
It's not great.
But as I'm watching it, I get what she likes about it because she didn't know anything about it going in, and then there's a big surprise. And what it made me think of when I told her this, I said, next weekend we're going to watch The Sixth Sense. Because she's never seen it, and it's old enough.
Not.
Oh. It's old enough that she doesn't know the twist in it. But watching a movie that has a twist that you haven't been privy to at all before, and it totally washes over you in a surprise way. I'm excited for watching that with her for when she goes, wait a minute, oh, and the thing, and the guy, that feeling.
So 877-602-9696. What would you like to experience again for the first time?
We got a few people online right now. Let's go to Amanda. Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning, lords and ladies. Thanks so much for letting me listen for almost 30 years.
What's
I
your
started
answer?
listening in '96. So
Thank you.
So are you going to say? Are you going to say that the very first time you listened to the Radio from Hell show, that's what you would like?
No.
All right.
My very first ever thing that I would experience again was my very first ever concert. It was the Depeche Mode Walking in My Shoes tour.
Oh.
My sister had a guy ask her out, and he had 4 tickets from X96, but he only had my sister to go with him, so I got to tag along.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty fun, huh? Yeah. Thanks, Amanda.
All right, Amanda.
Thank you.
877-602-9696. Let's go to Bradshaw. Hi, Bradshaw.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, the one and only time that I ever won anything on the radio.
What was it, Bradshaw?
What was it, Bradshaw?
It was a pair of concert tickets to the Mesa Amphitheater in Phoenix.
Oh, okay. What was the show?
It was a good show. I'm sorry to say it was Night Ranger.
God.
But still, you won something, and that's all.
I had good memories though. It's a good place to see a show. The acoustics are excellent.
Okay, thank you, Bradshaw.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Now, keep in mind, and we forgot to mention this. We mentioned it earlier in the hour, but losing your virginity or a sexual experience, okay, fine. That's one for you. Keep it to yourself, that one. That's a personal thing. Savor it in your heart.
We're looking for something more
Yeah.
creative than that. 'Cause that's
exactly. All right, so people line up, 877-602-9696. Corey's on hold. We'll get to him coming up after these. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, there are people experiencing fog, and sometimes with fog comes icy conditions. We heard from a friend of the program saying things in Tooele County are actually icy and foggy, seeing some lake effect snow there as well. Also some foggy conditions up around Cottonwood Heights area being reported there. So no accidents to tell you about, but some traveling weather conditions that you probably want to be aware of before you leave the house. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. There's no excuse for speeding. Drive calm. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with the X-Poll after these. Stand by. ZeroRes.com. Like the X-Poll, keep it clean.
Man, I hate dander.
Well, you don't have to have dander, Bill. Don't get your dander up about dander. Get rid of it.
You know what it is? It's dead skin. Dander and dust and dirt, and it gets in your carpets and on your upholstery. And ugh.
Yeah, your carpets are the biggest filter in your house, and you don't realize it. And you think, oh, I vacuum it, it's fine. No, you need to get it Zero Res cleaned. And with there no residue, that means they dry faster.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's not matted. Sometimes when they use a lot of detergents, other places use detergents. Your
It's
carpet
crunchy.
can get you're not going to get crunchy carpet.
Right now, Zero Res, if you call them, you can get your carpets cleaned, your upholstery, your tile, $33 per room. That's $33 per room, all only with Zero Res. Now, some minimums apply. Be aware of that. Call Zero Res today, 801-288-ZERO, or just Google Zero Res, and you'll find one near you.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention
Yeah.
earlier?
the headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know
That is a
several.
lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
Doodle?
No, I
like
have
the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
All right. Do we have a sponsor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Or do you want to do the? Well, yeah. What's
Yeah,
the
we
sponsor?
shouldn't do the other thing.
No.
Let's see. Young Power Sports in Centerville, Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
All right. Back with the X-Bowl.
All right.
877-602-9696 is the number to call. What's something in your life that you would like to go back and experience again for the very first time?
Yes. Let's go to Corey. Hi, Corey.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
So my mind went immediately to concerts because I miss them so much.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a show that Bill was at, actually. It was the Nick Cave show at Kingsbury Hall.
Oh, yeah. That was, it was the only time I've seen Nick Cave, and it was just, I thought it was an incredible show.
Yeah, we weren't huge fans, I would say. My wife had barely listened to his music, but she was so taken by that show. Both of us were. He's just so engaging, and you felt like you were part of something in that small venue, and it was just incredible.
Especially when he
A great
walked out.
experience.
He walked out across from the stage and then just started walking across the chairs and singing to people like right in their faces and stuff. It was really amazing.
Yeah, it was a great experience, not just a concert, but an experience. And the other one was the David Byrne show. I think Carrie was there. I think we talked. Because I had waited my whole life to see David Byrne in some form or other.
It was a great show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Corey.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike is here. Hi.
Hello.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Dr. Mike.
My first thing that I would like to go back to is seeing the initial Star Wars for the first time.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Especially the opening sequence when it feels like that ship is coming in right over your head.
Yep.
We had
the
never
theater.
seen anything like that before.
Nope,
You take it for
exactly.
granted now, but there had never been anything like that before.
That first time was just surreal.
Yeah. Good one. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Dr. Mike.
All right. Stay healthy.
Thank
You
you.
too.
877-602-9696. You can participate in the X poll, something that you'd like to experience again. Let's leave sex out of it.
That's what I
Experience
say.
Experience again for the first time, I should say. Joshua is on the phone. Hi, Joshua.
Hello.
Mr. Joshua.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hi.
What's your answer?
My answer is my first real big concert, and it was a big-ass show, I think 2001. Deftones played, and that was an experience I'll never forget. That was actually the first time I saw you guys in person, too.
That was kind of
But
a
that was a
disappointment,
beautiful moment. It was one of those things where the sun was kind of setting, and every time I listened to White Pony, I go back to that moment. It was just magical.
Yep.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Joshua.
thanks for letting me listen.
All right, 877-602-9696. Well, I mean, texter, here's an obvious one. The birth of my son. Of course.
yeah.
Of course, yeah. Let's see. Here's
I
a
thought,
text.
I thought of another one of mine was because I don't know why Dr. Mike made me think of it. Just because I know his wife went on a mission to Holland, Amsterdam. The first time I ever had Indonesian food.
Oh, yeah.
And it was in Amsterdam. Man, that was such a
Delicious.
great experience.
Let's see. Here's a texter. My husband won a Cutlass Sierra, walking
Wow.
through Disneyland in 1985. He was the 300,000th person to arrive that morning. They were giving away something for the 30th walking through the gate. Funny thing is, we won the and then the very next year the car was in an accident, and we lost it.
I read this one, and it reminded me of my first experience like this. It says, the first time I ran full and flat out on a fast horse, it was magic and still is. So usually when you grow up riding horses, it's in an arena and it's in a controlled space. But the first time you find yourself in a giant space where you can just let your horse
You mean
run
like
as
the
fast
Earth?
as they. Well, no, I just mean it's not in a controlled
Corral.
arena. It's just out. That's an amazing feeling.
It's scary.
Now, see, I got mine listed here, and mine seems trivial to this one. Someone texting, I'm transgender, cross-dressing for the first time and looking into the mirror with the realization of this is who I'm meant to be. It's indescribable. It was amazing.
Nice.
Then conversely, a texter, the first time I heard my dog fart.
You don't want to experience that again.
I don't.
No.
My first Long Island iced tea.
Really?
Okay.
I guess.
Let's see.
First of
Ed.
thousands, I'm guessing.
Let's go to Mike on the phone. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Morning.
Great.
You called
I
us.
would,
Go ahead.
I'd like to go back and be a contestant on Beat Gina again.
Oh.
I'm 0 for 3 so far.
Mike.
One of these days I'll get her.
Well, tomorrow. tomorrow.
Right early. I'll try.
Tomorrow at 7.
Good luck. But the first time that you were on, it'll never be the same.
Never be the same.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let's see. First day of college. All the hope and excitement before reality hits you.
Yeah. I remember doing that. I remember the first day at graduate school, and you had to go around to these different tables to try and get the classes you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of overwhelming and
I've got
exciting.
I've got a bunch for me personally that are personal, and I'm not going to share. So I'll just share you the superficial ones. The first time I heard Dark Side of the Moon all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
The Roger Waters' The Wall concert that I saw a few years ago. The first time, well, not the first time, the only time, when we saw Cap pick up Thor's hammer in Infinity War and Endgame. You were talking about foreign travel. The first time that I saw the Eiffel Tower at night, we were standing on a boat on the river looking up at it. That was life-changing. And then people were talking about concerts. I saw James Brown in concert with the dearly departed Vice Boys. I would like to see that concert again because it was truly amazing. But for me, the big one, again, completely superficial. And I'm the only one who feels this way. Although there is a Facebook support group. Star Trek the Motion Picture on the big screen. I'm sorry, that movie was not for you. It was for me. And I don't care how long they took looking at the ship and the sequence there. That was for me.
Well,
I had years and years of bad
Carrie, it's fine. You can
special
have
effects of this ship, which I love, but then we got that new one that was better, and it was great. Anyway, sorry. All right. Then someone says, the first time I saw Saturn through a telescope.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Nice. Let's see. Yeah, there's a ton of them coming in now, and we're out of time.
If you want to keep sharing, though, you can go to the
Yes.
Radio from Hell Facebook page. Thank you, Katie, for putting up a post there where you can share your I wish I could experience this first experience again stories there.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. If you're experiencing traffic now, it could be foggy. It could be slippery, depending on where you are. Particularly out in Tooele County. Looks like they were having a lake effect snow and some icy conditions out there, and fog affecting several parts of the valley. But oddly enough, with all that going on, I don't have any accidents to tell you about. So that's the good news. If you have something to tell us about, and it's safe for you to do that, you can text it to us, 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. There's no excuse for speeding. Drive calm. Learn more at zerofatalities.com. Now, Carrie, I'm asking you if I may do a giveaway here, because I don't see another good place to do it.
This would be the place to do it, absolutely.
Okay. Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org. Enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text that to 33986 for 2 tickets to Clark Planetarium. The keyword is Earth, EARTH, Earth. Text that to 33986.
Okay. Let's see. Boners round 2. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1. Hey, Vern, this isn't funny anymore.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. No reasonable person would believe what I said was true.
Oh, I'm glad you found this one.
And boner candidate number 3. Pig kickers.
All right. We've got round 2 of your boners. Big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by for all of that. UtahAdvocates.com is the website. You can go there 24/7. There's a phone number you can call and talk to an attorney and get their opinion about whether you have a case or not. Again, 24/7 for free. And there's also a chat feature there if you're a little shy.
Mm-hmm. There's also Ask an Advocate, which we do here on our show. The next time we're going to have Mark on, looks like Tuesday, March 30th, we'll have him on. You can actually ask him then. But if you don't want to wait till then, you want to talk to the advocates, you can do it 24/7.
Calling the advocates doesn't cost you a penny. They don't get paid until they get you a settlement in your case. The advocates have virtual consultations on the phone. You probably won't even have to go into the office at all. So if you've been injured due to somebody else's negligence, the advocates are there for you. Call 801-355-5550. That's 355-5550, or go to utawadvocates.com. Legal help you need.
It's that.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
A dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new. Whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster, having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous. Try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2, health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed. You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It
And
has
then
everything you want.
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel
Oh,
is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No. Hey. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. It doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
.821 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll take both of the winners at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So in order to get our 2 champions to go against each other for Boner Fight, we need a winner here for round 2. We've already got round 1 taken care of. So here we go. Pick a winner to send forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
4 coupons to McDonald's for delicious brand new crispy chicken sandwiches.
Man.
4.
That is sweet. All right, here we go with, Boner candidate number 1. Hey, Vern, this just isn't funny anymore. Former Houston Rockets guard Vernon Maxwell used to be known for his timely three-pointers and his untimely outbursts of controlled rage, earning him the nickname Mad Max for his propensity to lose control and go off on opponents, referees, fans who annoyed him, including a 1995 incident when he went into the stands at a game and physically attacked a fan. These days, he's known for directing his acerbic, acid-tongued, vitriolic, and often very funny wit at but a single target, the state of Utah. These days, he's known for doing tweets about Utah,
What did
and
we ever do to
slamming
Vernon?
Utah. Like there's an apology for previous insults directed to the Beehive State. I'd like to apologize to Jazz fans that were offended by my tweets. If I knew you guys had the internet in Utah, I wouldn't have made those tweets. Indeed, hardly a day goes by when he's not making a joke or a comment at Utah's expense. However, one tweet he fired off on Monday has some people thinking, well, Vernon, maybe you've gone a little too far. A series of shootings took place on Tuesday in Atlanta, in which 8 people were killed, including 6 women of Asian descent. And there's been an increase in crimes against Asian people. And in recent days, Maxwell has referenced those events in his tweets. Vernon Maxwell has. On Sunday, he tweeted an earnest and apparently heartfelt entreaty for people to stop the ongoing trend of anti-Asian crime. Y'all quit doing that dumb S and leave our Asian brothers and sisters alone.
Mhm.
Stop Asian hate. That's great. That's fine. But on Monday, he tweeted, "Stop the hate on Asians. Continue to hate on Utah instead."
Whoa.
With a smiley face
what?
emoji.
What? I mean,
it's a little.
I agree with this. Stop hating on Asians. Why can't you just say that?
A
and
little.
not-
Trying to, substitute one kind of hate for another, even facetiously, seems a bit counterproductive, doesn't it? Boner candidate number 1. Hey, Vernon, this time I think you've gone a little too far. It isn't funny anymore. Boner candidate number 2. No reasonable person would believe what I said was true. One of Donald Trump's lawyers, so-called, has claimed in a defamation trial that her claims of voter fraud were so outlandish that reasonable people could not be expected to take them seriously. Sidney Powell is being sued for $1.3 billion by Dominion, a company she allegedly was part of a company she alleged was part of a international communist plot to overthrow the election.
She said over and this wasn't like a offhanded comment once.
Oh, no.
Over and over and over again.
Dominion manufactures voting machines and tabulators that were used by about 40% of the U.S. electorate. And she accused Dominion of bribing Georgia's governor and Secretary of State. In their lawsuit, Dominion described Ms. Powell's claims as wild accusation, outlandish claims.
She said she had proof. She said she had...
She said that Dominion had been created in Venezuela by Hugo Chavez.
Yeah, the Kraken.
Not true. She made all of these outlandish claims, nothing that could be taken seriously, and now she's using that in her defense. Nothing I said could have been taken...
It's kind of ingenious. You got to give her credit for... Yeah,
Well,
why would you believe anything I said?
She
That's
saw
crazy.
She saw it worked for Tucker Carlson. When Fox News was under pressure for Tucker Carlson, their lawyers said, "Well, surely no one takes him seriously."
Well, unfortunately, Ms. Powell, people do take you seriously. And
You were
did
in
take you
court.
serious.
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans want to change voting laws because you helped spread this big lie.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything ingenious about this at all. It is just simply outlandish and ridiculous. Boner candidate number 2. No reasonable person could possibly believe anything I said. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, pig kickers.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org. Enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Great. Cry Macho. Clint Eastwood. Directed, produced, and stars in, will open in theaters and on HBO Max in October. It's based on a book by N. Richard Nash. It's a drama about a one-time rodeo star and washed-up horse breeder who in 1978 takes a job from an ex-boss to bring the man's young son home and away from his alcoholic mom. Crossing rural Mexico on their way back into Texas, they face challenging events. And you know, Clint, I think the point of this story is that he's 90.
Is he?
Yeah, he turned 90. And he's still directing these movies.
Oh, good for him, I guess.
He's still talking to the chair.
Yeah. Yep.
Hello, chair.
So there you go. This is his first film since 2019's Richard Jewell, which I guess was pretty good. It was supposed to be pretty good. I didn't see it, but there you go. Ellen DeGeneres has lost about 1 million viewers. After she had apologized for her toxic workplace stuff. Now, they're not sure that that's exactly what contributed to the loss of viewers, but it probably is. They have no plans to cancel the show, but it did hurt quite a bit. All of those allegations, and people didn't buy her apology particularly, I think.
Did you have the story about Portia de Rossi being rushed to the hospital for emergency appendix removal?
Oh, my little Portia? Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Good heavens. The poor thing. Will she be all right?
Oh, she'll be all right. But
and I guess
more
Keanu,
bad news for Ellen. That's all. That's two things.
Keanu Reeves will star in a live-action film adaptation of his comic book. Berserker?
Yep.
Is that how you say it? I think it is. Now, his comic book, what is that? Did he write it? Did he come up with it? What?
Yeah, well, he was involved in it. He's one of the people involved. He helped with the writing. He didn't do the art, obviously.
It's a brutally epic saga about an immortal warrior's 80,000-year fight through the ages. The man known only as B is a half-mortal, half-god. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go get him.
Yeah.
Now
you can get that. The comic book's available now.
Now on to more serious matters. Of course, 10 people shot dead in a mass shooting at a Colorado supermarket yesterday afternoon. Still they're not talking about even the name of the suspect, who was taken alive, although injured.
Oh, you mean White?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
That is a snotty, offhanded comment. Sorry.
Okay. So nobody's talking about that yet. And why this happened. And I meant to look up. I mean, we know of 3 major shooting incidents in Colorado: the Columbine, then Aurora, the movie theater, and then this. I meant to look up if there were others.
Yeah, the guy at the abortion clinic.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Yep.
That was in Colorado as well.
Yep.
So Colorado has been particularly plagued with this, but it's just been all around the country, and more and more and more.
And Colorado, this is the 7th mass shooting in U.S. in the past 7 days.
So it's like, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they actually found a germ, a virus that causes this, because that's the way it spreads.
I mean, we got Atlanta on March 16th. We had Stockton, California on March 17th, 5 people. Gresham, Oregon on March 18th, 4 people. Houston on the 20th, 5 people. Dallas on the 20th, 8 people. Philadelphia on the 20th, 1 person killed, 5 injured. And then Boulder on the 22nd, 10 people.
Why are people more outraged about invented election fraud,
and Dr.
Seuss, or Mr. Potato Head,
or sports, girls in sports?
That's a genuine question.
Yeah,
Why are you more upset about that? Why do you look at this and go, "Well, yeah, that's too bad that happened," but my freedoms? Why are you so easy to dismiss that?
The Center for Disease Control has long wanted to study these kinds of things as a public health issue, and that has been expressly forbade by the United States Congress because so many of them receive money from the National Rifle Association.
But every time they turn around with their excuse, we say, they'll say, well, it's a mental health issue, and we'll say, okay, how about some socially paid for mental health? Because seeing a therapist is expensive, but a bottle of whiskey is cheap. Why can't we pay for that? Why can't we pay for therapy? Oh, we can't do that. Then that's socialized medicine. Well, you just said crazy is the problem. Then if crazy is not the problem, then what is the problem? And they won't go any further.
Or waiting periods for buying guns. The guy in Atlanta bought the gun.
The gun show exception.
Yeah, how about insurance? You have to have insurance to own that type of gun. How about that?
AstraZeneca's released Monday of encouraging data about its coronavirus vaccine from the U.S. trial raised hopes that the drug company would bury any doubts about the shot and put a troubled rollout behind it. But hours later, U.S. officials issued an unusual statement late at night expressing concerns that the company had included outdated information from its study and that it may have provided an incomplete view of the efficacy data. A company spokesman said Tuesday they were looking into those allegations and will report back. Hawaii, 3 Hawaiian residents, did you hear about this? Fully vaccinated against COVID-19 are infected with COVID.
The variant, is that it?
So doctors said that they were not surprised that people should not be alarmed. According to the Center for Disease Control, current vaccines are between 66 and 95% effective. So it is possible, although remotely possible, that you could get it again, and it has happened in Hawaii. Now, they're not sure whether it's the variant yet or not. And let's see. There's a nice story. This came up in the news the other day. A woman in Murray is taking care of 150 feral cats on the streets every day. Her name is Katrina Morales. She puts out food and water, traps them to take them to the vet when it's needed, and when she takes them to the vet, if she notices that one of the feral cats is ill or whatever, she live traps it, takes it to the vet and to get care, and also spayed or neutered. And she said she can go through about 30 pounds of dry cat food and 40 cans of wet food a day.
Wow.
Depending on what she can afford, and her daily rounds take about 2 hours to complete. These feral cats gather in colonies, she said, so they know where I'm going to leave the food. They wait every night, and they'll show up. She said, you would be surprised how many feral cats there are around in neighborhoods and so forth. You just never see them because they sleep all day.
Yeah.
And they will sleep and hide all day, and then they come out at night. She said most of the cats won't let me touch them because they're feral. They're wild animals. They've had little or no contact with humans, but there are a handful that will let me get close and even pet them occasionally, she said. I think that's really just a wonderful, an amazing thing to do.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
So the Jazz, they won last night on the road against the Bulls, 120-95 in Chicago. They play the Nets tomorrow at 8 p.m. And you got your Sweet 16. This isn't Mad Marchness. This is actual March Madness we're talking about. We have Oregon State and Loyola, Villanova and Baylor, Oral Roberts and Arkansas, Syracuse and Houston, Creighton and Gonzaga, Florida State and Michigan, UCLA and Alabama, and Oregon and USC. Those games start Saturday, March 27th. That's sports. Weather, so slight chance of snow showers and patchy fog today, and a better chance overnight, actually, of that continuing. And then tomorrow morning looks like we clear up and are sunny and warmer. Tomorrow, 51. Today, 49 for a high. Traffic. There's a medical issue, I-15 southbound in Kaysville. Several emergency vehicles on the scene blocking the right lane and shoulder. Traffic is backing into Layton. That's the only issue that UDOT is reporting, and you're not reporting anything either, so that tells me things seem to be moving well on the roads. If you see something that's not moving well and it's safe for you to text it to us, please send it in at 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. There's no excuse for speeding. Drive calm. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3, pig kickers. I would advise you to not watch this video. I did watch it, but it's pretty egregious. The sheriff's office, Weber County Sheriff's Office, has confirmed that an investigation is underway into the Jensen Fowers farm in the Huntsville area. The farm, there are 2 people under investigation from that farm because there's a video showing 2 men hitting and kicking pigs, hitting them with boards, and lifting them by their tails. Now, some people will say, well, they're trying to get them into a trailer. And say, well, that's what you got to do. You got to, you watch this happening. I mean, it's just, I mean, yeah, the guy is trying to get the pig to move along through the snow and get up into a trailer, but the pig, I mean, it's just a slow animal. It's just, and he kicks it, he hits it with this board, he pushes, hits, and then another man does the same thing when he gets up to the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really awful to see this.
I've done that dozens and dozens and dozens of times with cows and pigs and sheep, and never had to do any of that stuff to get them to go into a truck.
Yeah, this is video taken. I guess PETA was alerted that there might be a problem, and so they staked somebody out, and it's taken from a distance, but still it's pretty clear what's going on. Boner candidate number 3, pig kickers.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, hey, Vern, this isn't funny anymore. Ex-NBA player Vernon Maxwell, who's always had it out for Utah for whatever reason, and barbs and throws barbs at the state of Utah on his Twitter account. But this time he suggested that people should exchange their hate of Asians for hate of Utah. I guess he was trying to make a joke, but it's not funny, Vernon. Boner candidate number 2, no reasonable person would believe what I said was true. One of Trump's ex-lawyers, Sidney Powell, said no reasonable person would have believed all those wild claims I made about voter fraud. So you should throw this case out of court. She's being sued by the voting machine company, Dominion. And Boner candidate number 3, pig kickers.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. So go and take a look at, I think it was Lauren Boebert was the winner.
Yeah.
So that's why here in round 2, you've got to choose strategically so that we have a really good boner fight coming up at 9:20, because one of these candidates will go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day going up against round 1's winner. So 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number from this round and decide which one you think should win this round and go forward. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fights, or Boner Voting, March 23, 2021. And vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It will appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This be round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, well, it's a. I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
it adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I'll be going today, and I don't think it is. And again, and that mother and daughter, they can take both of their outfits, but you send those forever, for a lot of no temperature and a curry on top, and I take the first over, and I start the and end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I'll
Catherine.
get rid of a heck of armor.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, I can do with first to the Lord. If you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the return. And then the person on the line, he's 14, all the way, and then you down, and then I kind of down a little bit, and then around, and then he just laughing, and then he will up for them, and then he can live more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just Catherine, Brittany, where are you? I think I know. And then the first, so you get a girlfriend, and then you go ahead and you really have a partner. So what you need to do is try about if you want to think about a decade ago, and then I think there's no more parts magic. And if you think of the order, or then you want to and then I think the power of the universe end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
I'm glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
It's 8:49. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And wow, just wow.
Holy cow!
Round 2 of the boner voters. Round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Oyster Crackers.
And are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
We had boner candidate number 1. Hey, Vern, this just not funny anymore, okay, buddy? Former NBA star Vernon Maxwell. He likes to rib the state of Utah, jab at the state of Utah, make fun of it, for whatever reason. But this time he's gone a little too far, suggesting that people exchange their hate of Asians for hating Utah. Boner candidate number 2, no reasonable person would believe anything I said was true. That's what Trump's lawyer, Sidney Powell, she's claiming that. She's being sued by Dominion, who make the voting machines, and she made all of these outlandish claims that Dominion was in league with the communists through the country of Argentina, that the voting machines counted the votes wrong, and that Trump should have won the election. Now she's being sued, and she says, well, that stuff was all so outlandish, nobody could possibly believe that.
You were in a court of law saying them.
And boner candidate...
Multiple times.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 3, animal cruelty, pig kickers. Well, you think, don't you, that animal cruelty always wins?
Usually, yeah.
Not in this case, no. Came in second with 75 votes. The winner, Sidney Powell, boner candidate number 2 with 138 votes.
Beat out animal cruelty?
Yeah.
That's impressive, Sidney.
And people making fun of Utah. Beat that one too.
All right. It's going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. We'll take this winner of this round and the winner of round 1 and put them against each other, and you will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Stand by for that. Right now, it's Utah Word of the Day. Is it brought to you by anyone?
Why would anyone pay for this?
Go ahead, then.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
dork. D-O-R-K, dork. And now 2 Utah lumpkins are here to blather endlessly about this and that and the other thing. And then, after their meaningless, meandering, monotonous conversation about their completely useless lives, LeVar and LeGrand will finally get to the point and use this Utah word in a sentence. So, here they are. And again, the word is dork. Dork. I said the word is dork.
We heard you. I think both of us heard you just fine.
Well, I wasn't sure.
Well, we did. Didn't we, LeVar?
Yep, heard you just fine.
All right, I'm sorry. I've just been a little on edge lately.
Well, that's okay. We ain't mad. We was just worried that something was wrong with you. Now, shall we go on with our meaningless, meandering dialogue now?
Yes, I'm going to go lie down.
Hey there, LeGrand. I mean, what's shaking, bacon?
Nothing much. Oh, you got any bacon? I'd love some bacon.
No, I ain't got no bacon. It's just an expression. What's shaking bacon is just my way of asking what's going on.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. I sure as heck would like some bacon, though.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, what I really need to do is figure out a way to get my wife to be happy with me again.
Oh, you're in the doghouse with LaRue, huh? Again. What'd you do?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, I think it was something I said or did or
or something I was doing when I said something I shouldn't have. I mean, I think I might have said something about her mother that didn't set well.
Oh.
You see, LaRue informed me that her mom, Altaviz, was coming for a visit, and I said, well, that's just fine. What motel is she going to be staying at?
Oh.
And LaRue said, motel? You expect my mother to stay at a motel when you can clearly sleep on the couch and she can have a nice bed in our room?
Oh, wait. You and LaRue still have a twin bed, do you?
Yeah, we do because, I have the tendency to cry out and kick at things when I'm asleep.
Oh.
Well, anywho, I should have realized that that's what was going to happen, and I shouldn't have said nothing about a motel for her mom. I mean, dang it. I mean, I'm just a dork, a complete dork.
Well, you'll get no argument from me, dork. How are you going to make this good? What's your key out of the doghouse, my dork friend?
Oh, well, I guess I could try just sneaking back home under the cover of the Dorkanite, but I think a nice present is what I'll have to do. And that means a trip to Hatch Family Chocolates.
Oh, what kind? Assorted nuts and chews?
Well, she likes all the varieties so long as it's not milk chocolate. LaRue is strictly dork chocolate. Yep, only the dork chocolate will do.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, there you go. 855 KXRK Provo. Now, people are questioning the whole boner voting situation.
Why?
Why is
think
that?
they think animal cruelty should always win, and they also want to know if we have superdelegate votes. So,
No, we just
Nope.
well, I guess we do in that we allow people to vote as many times as they like.
well, unless you're texting, we only allow 10 votes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we have a limit of 10 votes on the text. You
Which
can
is
call
good,
and
because that
vote.
way people
Yeah.
don't get in and ruin things for everybody else. That's-
I mean, if you want to call more than 10 times, go ahead.
Yeah.
We
Well,
had to put a throttle on the texting because people do that mass text thing. And then,
But then we always used to say you can even just collect votes from people in your office, and so you can call and say I've done a poll and there are 40 people here and they all vote for, and we would just count.
None of you better be calling saying you're in a room with 40 people. I don't want that phone call coming
yeah,
in right
not
now.
these days.
Or maybe you're online with 40 people who
A
are
Zoom,
voting.
a 40 person Zoom call.
Yeah. Because we don't claim that any of this is scientific.
Listen, the votes were manipulated by Hugo Chavez.
It's possible.
From Venezuela.
Why would anyone believe that, Kerry?
That might
You're
have
saying
happened.
these things that no one would ever believe.
Animal cruelty won bigly. I just
I
need to
think-
find 11,500 and whatever it was more votes.
I think Miriam's last name is Dominion. So it's Miriam Dominion.
Okay. We'll take a break. We'll be back with boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, all of that on the way. Traffic, please, Gina.
The only incident I have is southbound I-15 in Kaysville. Several emergency vehicles on the scene blocking the right lane and shoulder, and traffic is backing into Layton. That's traffic.
We'll take a break. We will be back. KXRK Provo. Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central
It
Station.
sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again my big complaint with hotels: no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
Well, and here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, "Well, let me call down to the front desk. We'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it."
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
Take
she
a
did.
dump?
Yes,
Okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife, Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's, you're...
Rich
I'm
food,
sure
yeah,
she
okay.
appreciates
A lot of
you
rich... Well,
discussing this.
she... Really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. So, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Did you
she's
say,
in
can
there.
you come back and...
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't.
You
didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my
You'd
wife,
clear it?
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead.
Jeez.
Only we can hear that, just so you know.
Oh, okay. You okay, Todd?
Todd will be fine.
I'm choking on my coffee. Sorry.
All right.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Because
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Fan from hell.
It's Todd Newcomb. He's our program director and throat clearer. It sounds like he was hawking up a big one there. Todd is the guy
a
who.
little bit of that.
Yeah, Todd is the guy who selects most of the music that we play on X96, and he also does a show from 3 to 7 every weekday, and he comes to see us on Tuesdays with a tune, and I have no idea what you're going to spring on us today, Todd.
Well, the one I'm playing today, you guys actually debuted on the station last week when you talked to Tim from Rise Against.
Rise Against,
But
yes.
it's just so good. We have to play this one a lot. They've got a new album called Nowhere Generation coming out June 4th, and as Carrie dubbed it, it's middle finger music, which I think we need some of that these days. And these guys are just so smart. They say, this is from their press release, Tim McIlrath says, today there is the promise of the American dream, and then there is the reality of the American dream. He says, when the privileged climb the ladder of success and they burn it from the top, disruption becomes the only answer.
Yep.
And that's kind of what is behind the song I'm going to play called Nowhere Generation. So
It kind of says everything about the band in the name of the band, too, doesn't it? Rise Against.
Yeah, they're on a mission, and it's just, and it was fun hearing when you guys interviewed him last week. He says, we never anticipated having any kind of like mainstream success in alternative. We were just making music and saying what was on our minds, and the rest of it's just been a great ride. So,
all right,
and I just love this new track. So let's do it.
It is a good one. It's all right. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, the brand new one from Rise Against. It's Nowhere Generation X96. All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is this, like this
In
giant.
what movie
in
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot.
Just coming out this summer.
That destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down.
No, I asked because they
Or
are
boyfriends.
or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen, listen.
They're on the computer.
You
all
take a girl.
day.
You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all
kind
I'm
of insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. I know. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
It sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question. Without getting too political, how is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was
We're
my
gonna
next
have the
question. Where's
holodeck.
my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it, so
All right.
any requests?
And
send my way.
here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is: do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
Perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and
Yeah,
like
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
architecture? Don't you
Yeah,
need that?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney at gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday, you know.
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. Nice. Rise Against. I think you got the name of the song in there.
What is it?
It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd. Wait, thank you, Todd. That's and if you speak to the band again, tell them thank you for calling, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And thank them for the music. And we hope to see them in town soon.
Mm-hmm.
We love it. Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. They're eager to get back out on the road as soon as it can safely be done. Which, folks, if you haven't gotten your vaccination, please do it. Because I got mine yesterday.
Yes. How did that go?
Well, it was great. It was so I did mine straight through Davis County through the health department, and they've got this thing down to like they manage the flow of people like an In-N-Out burger at lunchtime. Like they got people herding traffic and getting you through. I was out of the house for maybe 25 minutes.
Wow.
Period, and that includes the 15-minute waiting time. Like they push you through that facility, and it's like your friends and neighbors are running it. Like it's at the fairgrounds for Davis County, and it's like the same ladies that would be selling snow cones for the Farmington Fifth Ward was the woman, the sweet lady just giving me the injection, and it just was this nice sense of community, and this is how we're going to get through this. And I was very actually sort of
same when I got my first one down at the Salt Palace. Same feeling.
Now, are you fully vaccinated, Todd? Have you got both shots?
This was round one for me for Pfizer, and then in 3 weeks I'll go back, and it's already scheduled. So it's flawless, and they've got it down, and don't even hesitate. Just do it.
Yeah, it's a reminder that anyone 16 years and older, anyone, no pre-existing conditions, nothing, anyone can sign up now.
Yep, do it online, or there's a phone number you can call. Go to your local health department.
Yeah.
Salt Lake County, Davis
and don't be
County.
afraid of like big lines or anything, because trust me, they've got this down.
They really do.
Figured this out.
It goes fast.
It's a great job. Very impressive. So anyway, I'll see you kids at the meetings.
See you, Todd. Thank you.
Todd.
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Van from hell.
Okay, we will take a break, and we will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news coming up after these X96. All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here.
I discovered something really soothing over the weekend. Gina, if you watch this, I guarantee you will find yourself calmed. Now, I think we maybe have played a little bit of this on the radio before, but I'd kind of heard of it. But HBO Max now has 2 seasons of Joe Pera Talks to You.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did play.
Did we play a little bit of that one time?
Yeah. From Adult Swim.
Yeah, it was on Adult Swim, and now they've put both seasons over on HBO Max. They're short, like 11-minute episodes, and it is extremely funny, but it's sweet and calming. And so I've been looking up stuff about Joe Pera a little bit. He does stand up, and he does stand up in the same way as he does this show. But he plays this character, although that's his real name, who lives in a little town in Michigan, I think, by the shores of one of the Great Lakes there. And he I don't know. What does it remind you of? Have you watched them, Carrie? Have you watched them, or just?
Well, it's just it was the one that I brought to the show was Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera. And it was just a bunch of stock footage of like drone shots flying over trees, in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's stock footage of a bear catching a salmon. You know, and he would just narrate these things, and he would talk about how he's here to help you relax and calm down with this relaxing old footage.
It's so. At the end of one of the episodes I watched, he said, "Well, I hope you enjoyed all of that, and now I'm going to do a treat here, a treat that we do in our town. It's called a warm apple. Would you like a warm apple? You got some there?"
No, he's but the show you're talking about is his series. He does has a TV series.
Yeah.
Straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also,
now,
she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
Now, there's footage of a drone, drone footage flying over fall foliage.
So it doesn't have anything to do with Austin Powers.
Nothing to do with
No.
Austin Powers, just him talking.
There's an episode where he carves a jack-o'-lantern.
But instead of going down that path,
and then he says, and then,
don't
you
I
know,
give
it
you
says
some good
sometimes a jack-o'-lantern represents your soul. So I always want to give my jack-o'-lantern a warm send-off when it's time for him to go. And so he puts the jack-o'-lantern in the back of the car, and he keeps looking at it in the rearview mirror. And I think it's got a seatbelt on even. He says, so I want to give him a good send-off. And I take him up to the falls. You know, there are 400 waterfalls in this area, so I want to find a good one to let him go.
March of 2011.
It's just
$7, or I would say it's still a good value.
This one is called Pancake Breakfast Critic.
Yeah,
with Joe Pera.
This is good.
So where he
Not only do they have pancakes, but also French toast, sausage, and eggs cooked any way you'd like by Delby on the egg station.
He's the original Bucket Brigade guy. That's Delby.
After Dave was finished busting balls, I asked him a question that was weighing on my mind.
What can't you put in a pancake? Oh, we can put anything in a pancake. What do you have in mind?
Chocolate chips.
We could do that.
Wow.
Wow,
And
you can put
young
chocolate
guy.
chips in them, yeah.
He's this young guy with, with glasses, and I'm going to talk to you today about these two minerals, iron
Now,
and copper.
the moment I've been waiting for all morning.
Meals on Wheels.
They put the sausage in the pancake for me. I guess it pays to have friends in the kitchen.
It pays to have friends in the kitchen
I
who will
tell-
put the sausage in the pancake
That
for
does sound delicious.
If you watch these, you will be soothed and calmed. He's so gentle and sweet, and just there's something wrong with him. And when he does, it reminds me of Andy Kaufman as well, because I saw him being interviewed by Stephen Colbert on his show, and he just stayed the same way. He played that Joe Pera character well.
We watched did you watch the one with his grandmother?
No, I don't think so.
Look for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them all. I watched about 3 of them. They're just
This is what you do every night before you go to bed now, is watch Joe
God, they're
Pera.
just. I'm not. Gina, do me a favor. Just watch one
Okay.
today and tell me that you just start with the very first one. It's where he's sitting at home, and all of a sudden some people are knocking at his door, and he goes, "I better go see who that is." And he goes and opens the door, and these people, this family, just bursts in. He says, "Yeah, we'd like to buy your house." He says, "I don't think my house is for sale." And then he looks outside, and there's a for sale sign out in front of his house.
Wow.
And he goes, "Oh, gosh darn it. Some kids must have put that sign there." And then he says, "But I don't want to disappoint this nice family, so I'll let them look around." It's just charming and great. He's
Just
great.
go to your HBO Max and look up Joe Pera.
I do have the HBO Max, so I can do that.
You will find it. Right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
They want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Matt Groening, Simpsons creator, is teasing plans for a controversial character, Apu, formerly voiced by Hank Azaria, who stepped down after public outcry, convinced producers to no longer have white actors play non-white characters. I think the Apu stories are fantastic, and he's one of our most nuanced characters on our silly two-dimensional cartoon show. I'm proud of Apu, Groening told USA Today when asked about the criticism that the character is a stereotype. I'm trying not to open up another chasm of criticism, but it doesn't matter what I say, I'll get it anyway, he said. While promoting the show's 700th episode, airing this Sunday on Fox, Groening also said that while they have yet to find the right actor to voice Apu moving forward, we're working on something kind of ambitious. He also said that they've got plans for the character, but we have to see if we can make the stories work. So, I don't know why he likes Apu so much, but he does. Matt Groening's...
there are sweet things about Apu.
Sure.
I
think there are a lot of things.
He's a family man. He loves his wife.
It's a stereotype that he runs a convenience store.
Right.
But I think there were a lot of things about the character that were kind of unique and interesting, and he. But again, I've not seen the documentary either.
Yeah, watch that, and it'll bring you around. It'll make you go, oh, I get it now.
I forget who it was. It was a Middle Eastern comedian who was talking about Apu and said that he'd always liked Apu growing up because he thought that was, he said, I thought it was a good representation of my people, and I just liked him. I felt represented somehow. And then somewhere along the line, I went, wait a minute.
That sounds like the guy who made the documentary is who you're
Maybe
quoting.
it was. Maybe I heard an interview with
that's
him.
what he said. He said, at first it was all right, but then, oh, wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, 10 people dead, mass shooting in Colorado. Boulder police said one person is in custody after officers responded to multiple calls of shots fired in the King Soopers grocery store. And said, we had a tragic incident today, said Commander Kerry Yamaguchi of the Boulder Police Department. There was loss of life. We've had multiple people who were killed in this incident. I'm sorry to report that one of them was a Boulder police officer. At a news conference just an hour later, Boulder Police Chief Maris Harold said that there were 10 fatalities. One of them was Officer Eric Talley, a 51-year-old police officer who'd been on the force for over 10 years. He had 7 children. He was the first on the scene to respond. The chief called his Talley's actions, heroic. The suspect in custody had sustained injuries. Don't know what at this point. Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty identified the injured person as the shooter. They were seen bringing him out of the store. I saw a picture of that. He was shirtless, as I recall in the picture,
That-
and wearing
that-
shorts. I think.
Yeah, we're not sure whether the police, had him, stripped so they could search him to make sure he didn't have any, smaller weapons hidden. Or, I mean, there are not many answers right now. The police, Colorado's had so many shootings that they've got a protocol now, and their protocol is we're not talking for a while.
Kerry, you say there aren't many answers right now. I don't think there will be any. There's
no
facts.
satisfactory.
There will be.
yeah.
There will be facts. There will be no answer to this.
Yeah,
None.
exactly.
While richer places like the United States hope to vaccinate most of their citizens within the next few months, poorer countries like Kenya expect to reach just a small fraction of their population in that time. No country left behind. That's the motto of the World Health Organization. But, those countries that don't get vaccinated for a long time, that's bad for the world. That's bad for everybody
we
because
need to get this to every corner.
That COVID-19 can just incubate and keep passing itself back and forth in other countries. So it is important to try and get everyone. Although it's interesting, I think that it's still true that the African continent, the coronavirus is still, there's not as much of it there as in other nations and other countries.
My husband, who's a geneticist, thinks that at some point we'll see that maybe there's a genetic component that maybe people from certain parts of the world are more susceptible to it than others.
Kelly Miller, standing there at her doorway in Windsor, Australia the other day, watching the water rise to within a few inches of her home, where she also runs an alternative medicine business. There are flash floods in Australia of unprecedented proportions. This is pointing to the fact that climate change is happening at a rapid pace. And one of the downfalls of, or one of the side effects of all this flash flooding, plagues of spiders trying to escape the flooding. And
I would not
mice.
do well with, neither of those things.
Same thing. Mice and spiders. Jeez. Let's see. Here in Utah, 159 more COVID cases. No deaths. Nearly 2.5 thousand vaccinations reported on Monday. So that's good news. Betsy DeVos, remember her?
Yeah.
Secretary of Education in the Trump administration, already a wealthy woman, apparently fattened her fortune considerably from various business interests during her 4 years as education secretary.
So she can buy another yacht? Is that...
DeVos, who is reportedly worth more than $2 billion, reported outside earnings from dividends, interest, and rents of at least $225 million and potentially well over $414 million during her time in the cabinet post, according to an analysis of her financial disclosures. It's impossible to know the exact amount because DeVos's income is reported in broad ranges. But we do know for a fact that she made 9 figures during her 4 years in office.
Mm-hmm.
That's not supposed to happen.
Nope.
Especially when you're draining the swamp.
Yeah.
Menthol cigarettes. Menthol cigarettes.
All right.
They kill many, many black people. It has long been sort of it's a stereotype, but it's not. It's true. Menthol cigarettes are favored by African American people more than regular cigarettes. That's because they were specifically marketed, aggressively marketed to black people by the cigarette companies. And now menthol cigarettes and other mint-flavored products, tobacco products, which have been aggressively marketed to black Americans, people want them banned because they're still smoking them and they're killing. So more black people are dying.
Why are they more dangerous?
I'm not sure that they're more dangerous. It's just that they're still smoking heavily in that population. Yeah, I'm not sure that they're more dangerous. I have a doubt it's time for a ban on menthol, said one representative. But yeah, and I had a friend who smoked unfiltered menthol cool cigarettes.
Ugh.
Oh my God, they were awful. Jeez, they were bad. And just one quick final thing here. Do we want to do? No, I guess we're good. Oh,
It's Bono.
I was going to say, Gina,
Huh?
a new study shows that if you eat several slices of bacon a day, you are increasing your risk of dementia.
What if you don't remember how much bacon you've had in a day?
There you
Oh,
go.
oh.
There you go.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
And you're welcome for setting you up for that joke. All right, here we go. The winner from round one, back in the 7 o'clock hour. It's Lauren Boebert. Guns. She's that representative from Colorado who owns a restaurant in Colorado called Shooters, where all the waiters and waitresses, the wait staff are armed, open carry.
Yep.
She wants to open carry. She's been open carry in the caf. Why can't I wear my sidearm into the halls of Congress, she wonders. She's saying that now that she's hidden her guns upstairs from Joe Biden, making reference to the fact that upstairs, because he'll have a hard time getting up there because I guess he tripped going up the stairs to get to a plane. So she's referencing that. She's saying that Biden will try to get her guns, but he won't be able to because they'll be upstairs. And on top of all of that, she had the gall to send her heartfelt prayers to the victims of the shooting in Colorado. She's number one, going against number two. No reasonable person would believe what I said. One of Trump's lawyers, Sidney Powell, this woman went around for months claiming that the voting was in the election was fraudulent, that the Dominion voting machines were run by a communist cabal out of Argentina, and that the election was rigged and Dominion voting machines were responsible for it. And now Dominion is suing her for $1.3 billion, I think it is. And she's saying in court, no, well, my defense is I was obviously making outlandish claims that no one would believe. You know, she is right on one hand. Every time she took her claims to court, no court believed her.
But she took them to court.
Yeah.
Publicly. That's the problem. All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Put that single digit, the one that you think should win, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 23, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things.
Here's your list. This is, you got the intro there, you want to do that? Or
Yeah. Let me, just give me a second.
It's
here.
a list of 34 cereals that are no longer on the shelves.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if you want to ask, it'll tell you the years that it was available. I'm not going to give that for everyone, and the manufacturer and a description of the taste. Okay. There's, Vanilla Crunch.
Yes, I remember this.
You remember that?
That sounds good.
It was delicious.
So it was birthday cake flavored Captain Crunch balls, essentially. Pink Panther Flakes.
I remember those. It was also a good cereal. Good prizes in that one, too.
Fruit Brute.
Yes, delicious. Actually, of the Monster cereals, probably the best one.
Was it like Fruity Pebbles?
Fruit flavored cereal pieces with lime flavored marshmallows.
Yeah.
Moonstones.
I remember those.
That's from the Ralston Purina Company. Yeah.
As I recall, it was just a crunchy golden cereal, as I recall.
Let's see. Fruit flavored. No, it says it was fruit flavored. Oh. Space-shaped cereal of stars, half moons, and planets.
Okay, yeah.
Donkey Kong Crunch.
I remember that, yes.
Strawberry honeycomb. That's sort of
Mm-hmm.
That's you know what that is because I think they still have honeycombs.
Mm-hmm.
Pac-Man cereal.
Yes.
Smurf Berry Crunch.
Had that.
They
Yes.
don't have Smurf Berry Crunch anymore?
Mr. T cereal. Remember that?
Delicious. Yes.
I remember this one.
Golden-shaped letter T's.
Yeah. I think I have a box of this in my drawer at work. C-3POs.
Also delicious. Very good cereal. It was like little eights put together that were golden and sweet.
Honey sweet oat wheat corn cereal. It said basically like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbusters cereal.
Yes.
Nerds cereal.
Too sweet for me.
Rainbow Bright cereal.
Did not have that one.
Mm-mm. Spider-Man cereal.
Had that. Yes. Delicious.
Yummy Mummy.
Yummy Fruity Mummy. Yes.
Smurf Magic Berries.
What made the magic?
I want to know what were the berries.
They're magic.
Morning Funnies. Ever heard of that one?
Don't know that one.
1988 to 1989. Didn't last very long. It was a fruit-flavored cereal shaped like goofy faces in a box covered with comics.
No.
Oh, yeah, the comics from the newspaper on the box. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cereal.
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal.
Yes.
Which they tasted like turtle. Batman cereal.
Remember Batman cereal? Yes, a golden
Breakfast
sweet
with Barbie.
Did not see that one.
That was a multigrain fruit-flavored cereal in shape of hearts, bows, cars, stars, and the letter B from 1989 into the early 90s. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal.
I never had that. I should have had that.
Tiny Toon Adventures cereal.
Vaguely remember that.
Cinnamon Mini Buns.
I remember those.
The Addams Family cereal.
That was actually a good cereal.
That's it. No, not according to this. It says spooky-shaped cereal with a memorable lack of flavor.
No, it had cinnamon in it, as I recall.
Lack of flavor.
I remember eating it. I thought it was delicious.
Well, that's. I mean, you may have liked it, and that's WWF Superstars.
Don't remember that one.
Vanilla-flavored star-shaped cereal. Jurassic Park Lost World Crunch.
Don't remember that one either.
Reptar Crunch. Whatever.
Reptar?
R-E-P-T-A-R.
Reptar is the cartoon character from the Rugrats cartoon. Reptar was like their Godzilla, yes.
That was a Post cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Homer's Cinnamon Donut cereal.
I remember this. It was yummy.
Bart's Peanut Butter Chocolate Crunch.
Don't remember that one.
Monopoly cereal.
Don't remember that.
Who wants to eat
Fiber.
Monopoly cereal?
People who love the game Monopoly. Fiber Plus Berry Yogurt Crunch.
Ugh.
No.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Don't remember
And
that
Sesame Street C is for cereal.
C is for cereal. That's
remember
good
that one
enough for me.
There were so many left out there.
Well,
you had Vanilla Crunch at the beginning, which is a Captain Crunch related cereal. But there was Jean Lafitte's Cinnamon Crunch. That was a Captain Crunch cereal. Jean Lafitte being the pirate bad guy in the cartoons of Captain Crunch, and he got his own cereal. It was delicious.
Yeah, it says here that there are many others, but
yes.
some of them, they were just like limited releases for movies. They didn't. A lot of these they intended them to go on, and then they didn't. Because why couldn't you have a Batman cereal even today? I mean,
exactly. C-3POs were delicious too.
I bought a real cereal yesterday.
What?
Grape Nuts.
That's
Post Grape Nuts.
Are you going to eat that on the air? Because it's really noisy when you eat the Grape Nuts on the air.
I don't know.
Buy
Maybe
you a quieter cereal.
If I had not known that it bothered you so much, I wouldn't have done it. But now,
softer cereal, oatmeal. How about oatmeal?
I'll eat some mush,
some cream of wheat,
some muesli,
some malto meal.
Yeah,
chocolate flavor malto meal.
I don't intend on eating the Grape Nuts on the air because if you kind of suck in a little bit and one of them gets lodged in your throat, it's a disaster.
It'll do it.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio.
Ward Boner of the Day.
Let's. It's brought to you in part by a bowl of fish chowder with oyster crackers.
And not remembering how much bacon I had and whether that's a bad thing or not.
So we had Boner candidate number 1, Lauren Boebert, and her guns and hiding. I'm hiding my guns upstairs. Joe Biden can't get them there. Going up against number 2, Sidney Powell, one of Donald Trump's lawyers who's now being sued by the voting machines and the company she defamed, saying, well, nobody really believed any of those things that I was saying. And you know what, Sidney? Sidney Powell wins by 10 votes. Boner of the Day.
I believe it. All right, there you go. That's Boner of the Day for March 23rd, 2021, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's go to Todd Bailey on the phone.
Todd is the executive director of Mountain Lands Community Health Center. And good morning, Todd. How are you?
Doing great. How are you doing today?
We're well, thank you. Now, Todd, just tell people who may not know, what is Mountain Lands Community Health Center?
Mountain Lands Community Health Center is a organization designed to serve those that are having difficulties meeting their bills. We are health professionals that are assuring provision of high-quality care, high-quality health care to everyone in our community. So most of our patients are uninsured. Most of our patients are under 200% of poverty. And all of them are struggling trying to find the means necessary to support their health care needs. And so we're an organization that goes out and finds grants that allows us to provide excellent care at a very low cost.
Now, Mountain Lands Community Health Center, there's more than one of these, right? They're located several places. Is that correct?
Yes, we have 6 clinics, primarily in Utah County, but we have 2 clinics out in Uinta County as well. One of our clinics is located in East Bay, co-located with the Food and Care Coalition, which is designed to serve those that are experiencing homelessness. But the others, we have one in Payson, we have one in Provo. Well, you have a couple in Provo, actually. So, yeah, but primarily here in Utah County.
Could I ask you, Todd, what does Mountain Lands Community Health Centers have against Salt Lake County? Huh?
You know, there are actually clinics like us in Salt Lake County.
Ah, so the need is being served. I get it. The need is being served, so you focused on Utah County.
That's right.
So how do people... it says you do. I mean, you offer care to people who are insured as well. So how do people apply, or do you go out and find them? How do you get the patients there?
Most are by word of mouth and by X96 radio.
There we go.
People. Typical story is that they find themselves in pain or with a need, right? And they'll be talking to their neighbor and say, I can't afford to go to the doctor. And they say, have you heard of Mountain Lands? And they'll come over and they'll realize, oh, my word, I can actually afford to go to the doctor and buy my medicines by going to Mountain Lands Community Health Center.
All right. So really what the takeaway from this is, if you need health care and you don't think you can afford it, and you're in Utah County or in Uinta, what you need to do is just remember the name, Mountain Lands Community Health Center. I assume you have a website?
Mountainlands.org. That's Mountainlands with an S.org.
Simple as that. You don't think you can't get health care. Don't think you just have to avoid going to the doctor. You can get help through Mountain Lands. This really is a great thing. Todd Bailey, Executive Director of Mountain Lands. It's a great thing. Are you planning on expanding more? Or do you need more clinics, or is this it?
There is demand for more centers like us. And when we get an opportunity, we definitely will expand. So probably in northern Utah County and probably south of us as well.
Nice.
One thing to note is that we're not only medical, but we also dental, behavioral health, and pharmacy services. So a lot of folks find themselves with a sore mouth. I mean, we are the place that they can afford to get their care.
Or if they have a sore brain and sore soul, they can get counseling services.
Yeah.
Exactly. And our pharmacy program allows patients to purchase those pharmaceuticals at nickels on the dollar. Same medicines you get anywhere else, but is significantly cheaper. So not only can they afford their doctor visit, they can afford the medicines that go along with that.
That's great. You know, it's not scratch and dent antibiotics. It's the real deal. It's the
real stuff. Absolutely.
Yes.
All right, Todd. Nice talking to you. Thanks for telling us about Mountain Lands Community Health Centers. It's a great thing you do. It says here your mission statement is health professionals assuring the provision of high quality primary health care for everybody in the community. It's great work. We appreciate it, and thanks for talking with us.
All right. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Yep. See you later.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a break, and then we'll crawl towards the exits after these. X96.
I have a list.
A list?
A list.
Do people
I don't know
like
if you guys
lists?
Are you up for a list?
I don't know.
You know, people tend
do they
to,
like
from
them?
what I can tell, people tend to like lists.
Oh, they do? Okay. Well, let's see if the people like this one.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
That's right. I forgot. We have a recording that says they like them.
Now, I have a problem with this list.
So is it not a good list then? Because people like a good list.
Yeah, it's a list you don't like.
Seeing a shirtless actor in Hollywood isn't all that uncommon. There are some actors who go shirtless way more than others, and a recent study was undertaken to see which stars go shirtless most often in movies.
Okay.
This group found
was there government funding for this study? Is that
there should be. Now they timed it. The most actual time these actors are shirtless.
Shirtless time, okay.
So number 10 on the list, Zac Efron, with 694 seconds.
Okay.
Number 9, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
724 seconds. Number 8, Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell?
Oh, yeah.
You think of him being shirtless a lot?
I as a matter of fact, every morning when I wake up.
730 seconds.
Yeah.
Number 8, Charlie Hunnam.
The Sons of Anarchy guy.
Shirtless a lot in Sons of Anarchy?
A little. It didn't seem like a lot, but.
Number 6, Christian Bale.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Number 5, Michael Fassbender.
Yeah.
I can't even picture Michael Fassbender's face, let alone his shirtless body.
Number 4, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Okay.
913. You don't think of him being shirtless a lot.
913 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 3, Matthew McConaughey. That one makes sense to me.
Well, yeah. He almost always, he has like a shirt hanging off of his finger that he carries over his shoulder. You know what I mean?
I didn't think he owned any shirts, but...
Number 2, Sylvester Stallone. I mean, you know.
What? You count over his career, yeah.
I guess,
all your Rambo movies, all your...
Oh, yeah.
He was a boxer. He never had a shirt on. And number 1, Daniel Craig.
Well, that movie he made about, helping the Jews escape the Nazis, wasn't he shirtless throughout that?
Huh?
I forget the name of the movie, but
I don't know what movie that.
It would have been funnier if I could have named the movie.
Oh, but nowhere on this list is the person that should be at least on the list, if not number 1 on the list.
Who?
Can you think of a movie where Jason Momoa actually wears a shirt ever?
That's a
point. But we're talking about actors here.
Ever. I can't picture Jason Momoa with a shirt on because I've never seen him with the shirt on. He is always shirtless. I take issue with, I think this study is flawed and needs to be re-examined.
Well, who do you complain to? That's your next step. You've got to find out who
Hollywood.
to write a strongly You've got to figure out who to write a strongly worded letter to.
Miss Brandt, get me Hollywood on the phone.
Dear
I'm not
Hollywood,
wrong, though.
I am not a crackpot.
Can you picture Jason Momoa with the shirt on? I bet you can't.
I'm not trying.
Yes.
I'm really.
You can?
When he's wearing his full uniform as Aquaman at the end.
Oh. But other than that,
I can't think of a shirt that he owns.
No shirt. He's a shirtless actor.
Oh,
He's
now
Hollywood's number one shirtless actor.
Now is Liam, or I mean Daniel Craig, is he shirtless in the Bond movies a lot? Because I don't watch the Bond movies.
On the beaches, He
takes his
often
shirt off
on beaches.
at least once.
I'm looking at his. I think he was shirtless during Comic Relief Behind the Bond. No.
What?
Well, I know some of those numbers are padded, though, especially Leonardo DiCaprio's. It's padded because he just narrated a documentary about voting.
Yeah.
And the entire time he was in the recording booth, he was shirtless, apparently.
Shirtless?
So it didn't count. You never saw him, but he was. So he's padding those numbers.
You don't think of Leonardo DiCaprio as having, the sort of physique that you care about seeing shirtless.
No. And a texter says, what about The Rock? Dwayne Johnson?
The Rock.
He's shirtless all the time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Casino Royale features him being tortured while nude, and it's quite a long scene, so that's probably probably how he was able to get up there. So,
Well, I agree. Whoever wrote in The Rock, So this is a flawed list. I'm sorry I have brought you a flawed list.
Yeah, and again, what about Schwarzenegger in the 2 Conan movies? Conan doesn't wear a shirt.
Ever.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think they overlooked a lot of things here. I think they just went to the movies they wanted to see. That's all.
Yeah.
You see the shirtless men you want to see. That's what we get from this.
Okay, well, it is a flawed list, but okay.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Hmm. 9:52. All right.
Man.
You all right?
Yeah, no, not particularly. It's been
Katie writes our promos every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What'd I do this time?
No, it's me, because I'm reading my first line.
Let's see.
And it's step by step. We're making it through the week.
That's unlike her. That's you. You need to write for the person.
I'm just trying to write so we can make sure that I get everything in there necessarily.
No, because my mind immediately goes to the Eddie Rabbit song, and now that I am having that earworm in my
Jesus,
head.
Gina. Jesus.
Is there an Eddie Rabbit song that says step by step?
Here's the thing, Gina.
All I know is I love a rainy night.
I worked country radio when that song was a hit, okay? And I hadn't thought of that song. It's been more than 30 years now.
I'm sorry.
And I haven't thought of that song until you just put it in my head.
And you should never say step by step when you're talking about Gina.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were objecting to.
It should be, well, we're barely making it through the week.
I feel like I write that so often, though. I try to change it up at least a little bit. But
so step by step by Eddie Rabbit. It's a song teaching you how to win a lady.
I thought you were going to say teaching you how to walk.
No, it's instructions. It's an instructional educational
Well, and
song.
nobody would know better than Eddie Rabbit.
Is he still with us?
I would imagine.
I don't know. I don't think he's with us anymore.
Katie, you could just have her say, here's what's coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
Eddie Rabbit is still alive.
Still with us?
Yes.
What do you mean true?
Yeah, that's
When
a
concerts
close
come
one.
back,
It's a
I
close
am-
one.
Oh, I
You're
take
not.
that back. I take that back. He died in 98.
I knew it. I knew it.
Phew.
I knew it.
He got
So
that
that's the
rabbit
first
disease.
thing
That's
you
the
do.
first step. First step.
Tell her she's the one you're dreaming
There's one more step.
All right. All right.
Third step, take her in your arms and never let her go.
Which sounds
Here we
rapey.
You know, step by step,
I've never heard this song in my life. I'm happy to say.
you and her love.
Well, you're welcome.
So
And
kidnapping is apparently the third step.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting.
Take her in your arms and never let her go.
And buy some rope.
That sounds like Leatherface when he comes out of his door and takes the girl back in the house.
Yep. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. Eddie Rabbit. Jesus, Gina.
I'm sorry.
Now you know what's going to happen. I'm going to be tired tomorrow morning. I'm going to get here at 6 a.m. for farting around, and
I'm sorry.
it'll be, I'm tired. You know why?
It's Eddie Rabbit's fault.
Eddie Rabbit.
You're jinxing yourself here, Carrie.
Probably. I'll find something to replace it. Oh, don't worry. I got my Deanna Troy tape that I'll listen to where she speaks to me softly and calms me. Mm-hmm. So that's what'll.
I'm going to tell you what I told Will Riker when it was time for him to go to bed.
Which was, shut up, Will.
Was that Riker's first name? Will, it was, right?
Yes.
Find yourself in a comfortable position, seated or lying down.
There we go. Yeah.
Now
Quit
is
it,
the
I'm gonna
time
gnaw it
for you
off.
to reflect on your day.
And how Gina reminded you that Eddie Rabbit was a thing.
Judgments.
That's what's going to happen. All right.
Apparently he was hit by a car.
What?
Eddie Rabbit? Is that how he died?
No, I just it was the cancer or something
I just
like
that. Made that up. He was hopping across the road.
Yeah. Hassenpfeffer.
I was trying to think of that disease that rabbits get, and I can't. There's some. It's like rabbit fever, but there's another name for it.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Step by step, we're making it through the week, so make it a little easier with Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
Slowly, we'll turn to Things That Must Go at 6:45. And, if you have something you want out of your life for good, put Must Go in the subject line and email it to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 7:45, Dr. Cobble joins us to answer your questions about COVID-19 and the vaccination, so be ready to call in.
And our state epidemiologist, Angela Dunn, will be here at 9:35. Talk to us about the current status of the state with COVID.
And, of course, there'll be more than all that for Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Step by step. Slowly I turned.
And now people are listing their favorite Eddie Rabbit songs. So that's all I bloody need.
Can there be enough of them to list?
Again, this is when I was working country radio, and he was all over the place.
I love a rainy night.
Stop it.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good. We got all of our stuff done, right?
Uh-huh.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm going to call it Toast Marie.
Corey is next.
I have a list.
A list?
A list.
Do people
I don't know
like
if you guys
lists?
Are you up for a list?
I don't know.
People tend
do they
to,
like
from
them?
what I can tell, people tend to like lists.
Oh, they do? Okay, well, let's see if the people like this one.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
That's right, I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
We have a recording that says they like me.
Now, I have a problem with this list.
So
Says-
is it not a good list then? Because people
Well-
like a good list.
Yeah, it's a list you don't like.
Seeing a shirtless actor in Hollywood isn't all that uncommon. There are some actors who go shirtless way more than others, and a recent study was undertaken to see which stars go shirtless most